Welcome home. Good to see everybody. What's happening? What's happening? Happy to be here with you tonight as I get settled in here. Happy. It looks like I'm a little bit lopsided here, doesn't it? There we go. We're fine. We're fine. Hey, so what's happening, everybody? I hope your Tuesday's going great. I am very excited for tonight's show because of so much that's going on and what we've been able to capture for you here and put into a show to maybe make some better sense of things and also to celebrate some of the things that are happening. Welcome home, everybody. Good to be here. I'm David Snedeker. This is the IndoctriNATION. I will be your host for the next few hours as we unpack much of the things that are happening in the world around us. Hello, everybody. Good to see you. Good morning from Turkey. Nicolette, Nassison. Howdy, Dave, Tanya Joe, Shady J. Good to see you all. Hi, Dixie. How are you? Just trying to stay warm in Wisconsin. Robin, hello, my Sneds. Good to see you all. Hey, our show got taken off YouTube last night. So basically, our show was completely censored last night by a multinational corporation. I'm going to get into that here a little bit. And can't imagine, was it something I said? And New Hampshire, hi Sandy. Diane from KC. Cheers from Illinois. Good to see you. North Dakota in the house. Hi Terry. Yes, it was Dave. Yes, thank you, Mary. Maryland Board of Education has mandated masks for schools until June 2023. That's insane. My blood is boiling. We got to get them out of the schools, don't we? Right? Over the target, yes, Dottie. Folks, it's either the white hats that are censoring us or the black hats. Either way, it's because we're over the target, right? And the world will never be the same. That's very true. Hello, my Sned friends. Hi, Kim. Good to see you. Surviving Washington, D.C. Elise Jordan. Holding the line in Boston. Jan, great to hear. Texas Gulf Coast. Hi, Clem. Let's see. Pauline, you were booted off. Let's see. Mama Dobie, newbie here from Texas, loving your show. Mama, welcome to the Sned Shed. I'm glad you're here. I'm so glad that you're enjoying the show. How did you find us? Eface Twit. Hi, Dave and Sneds. Hello, Dave. Looking strong. Thank you, Rocky. Rocky, good to see you. I miss you, Rocky. Let's see. What else we got here? Awesome. Oklahoma. Twitch should be working, my friends. Twitch should be working. I already checked that actually with Christy before we jumped on. We got 146 on Twitch already, folks. We are over D Live. Actually, Vaughn Live is one that we're streaming to. I don't know if I've got that squared away yet. But Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, and of course, Rumble. We are back up and running on Rumble. Portland, Oregon, Sned. Good to see you. Good to see you. I wonder what happened with YouTube. Yes, exactly. Jennifer, you're spouting the truth. Yes, and we are doing the best we can to figure out what that is. And I am very glad to have so many of you sharing such great stuff with us, and Christy doing such a great job, Barbara, Jen, and just pulling it all together, and of course all the mod squad out there. And live and light to you all. Hi, Tony. Good to see you. Illinois Patriot, Joanne. Okay. Hey, Dave. Tennessee here at KT Bell. Good to see you. All right. So, my friends, we are up to 816, soon be up to a little over 1,000, and then up to 15, 16, 18, 2,000 eventually as people roll in from around the planet. And very happy to be here and be your host for this ride that we are on. You have a front row seat, and at any time, um, Nino got axed from YouTube today too. Really interesting. Must be doing a cleansing. Yeah, thanks to the Sned team, Toad Boy, absolutely. And folks, if you want to contribute to the Sned team, you know you can do 7K, you can do Healy, you can do Purium, you can help out with, by buying Jasmine and Jim's phenomenal colloidal silver. You can donate from the webpage, theindoctrination.com. And every little bit helps. So I just want you to know how much you're appreciated. Certainly going on to the shop, the indoctrination.shop, or just through the .com, you can get there as well. So much. I'm on mute. Sorry, folks. I thought I clicked that off. So there's a holiday sale there. These sweatshirts are so damn comfortable. I got to tell you, I'm in them all the time. So help yourself to the indoctrination.shop. Okay. So last night we were kicked off, and I just want to go over some of the things that we discussed last night, real briefly, kind of a recap, if you will, for those who did not make it to last night's show. Let me see where that is. Hold on. Basically, Christy, I'm looking for I'm looking for last night's show, which was which is not up there right now that I could see. There it is. Okay. So let's figure out why we got kicked off last night, shall we? It was just YouTube. We're still up on Facebook. We're still up on DLive, Twitch, Twitter. What else? Rumble, etc. So we're up to 911 right now, 911. So just going over the show notes from last night, we covered a lot. We covered all President Trump was saying, what he was pointing us to, the IRS data that shows that his tax cuts actually helped you and I in the working class. The Fed's investigating Trump's media company. Meanwhile, he announces that Devin Nunes will be his new CEO of the media company. The changing of the anti-vaxxer regulations. The community insert, which doesn't have the ingredients. The Yale epidemiologist, my friends, this is a big one, and I mentioned you might want to share this because when you have a top Yale epidemiologist that's saying that this is manufactured fear, That's a big feather in the cap of the truth community when we have the mainstream that's starting to regurgitate the things that we've been saying for a year and a half. So Omicron may provide natural immunity with mild symptoms. Folks, you can go through these and you can click on them yourself. Like literally, if you're wanting to do research, I don't think you're going to find a better research grouping of information than what you're going to find here. They have told us their plans. We're going to show that tonight. The Sixth Circuit Court that ruled against Biden in the OSHA vaccine mandate. Oklahoma Attorney General suing Biden over the military vax. Ron Johnson, again, a U.S. Senator who's not afraid to call this out, which we've been wanting for them to do for quite some time, right? We've been wanting them to call this out for what it is. Well, Senator Ron Johnson, Wisconsin, just did yesterday and mentioned that Fauci sabotaged early treatment using cheap available generic drugs. Remember, I don't know if I have it here. I don't think I do. But Bobby Kennedy Jr.'s book, The Real Anthony Fauci, is out in Amazon right now. It's a top seller in its category, and I think a lot of people are reading that book and saying, hey, he does his research. He's got the Children's Health Alliance. He's doing his homework. And then Forbes admits that they changed the headline they said it did change your DNA, then said they didn't. De Blasio, we showed him a little bit because he was basically forcing, vaccine in New York. This woman, message to the people of the world that we must not comply. And, the welfare of humanity has always been the alibi of tyrants. Very powerful 2 minutes. Some good news in North Carolina. They're passing a bill that you can't have private investment in the election like Zuckerberg did. Okay. And a small election that was only won by 2 votes was overturned, even though it's 2 years old. So it's kind of like showing a precedent, right, of what's happening. The trying to discredit the generals about how things went down on January 6th. Gateway pundit American Gulag or donating money to the January 6 families. Staffer who's going to try to take Trump out, who's that Trump kicked out of the White House. So, and then we talked about the Maxwell trial. There's some more stuff coming out about children's clothes, like uniforms, like Catholic school uniforms, just really creepy stuff. And as the second woman testified. Huma, we went into a great dive with Huma, folks, very briefly. And Huma, what was really amazing is we went to, this particular one, I believe was 4:50. This is a Central Time screenshot. But it was 4:50, so we went to 4:50, 45, and 54, and it all had to do with Clinton's emails. And the last one said, follow Huma. She knows about Q, and she's posting exactly on the timestamps that we're supposed to be seeing devastating information regarding Hillary Clinton and Huma Abedin. So literally said, follow Huma. And then some great memes and Putin and Biden. Biden waived sanctions against Iran. So it could have been anything. Could have been anything that we covered last night. I don't know what it is, but it was significant, and I guess significant enough for the Alphabet company, which is the owner of Google, that actually put us under with the show last night. Took the show off. So we're it's a multinational corporation. So what is it that we're saying that isn't okay to be said, right? So let's just keep an eye on that. Let me see. Is that updated here? It doesn't look updated. Okay. Pearl Harbor, Christy. Um, I'm moving down past virus and jab because we're going to need some good news after that. Okay. All right, my friends. So censorship is real. This is 1984 reimagined in the way that we perceive the world. We are basically being uh, quieted, censored, shut up. We are being told that we can't say certain things. We're told that we're giving misinformation when in actuality we're not. We're not. I mean, the information I've been given about hydroxychloroquine, I was one of the first ones to ever talk about it because I saw, you know, Dr. Zelenko's video that he sent to President Trump, and I went live with it that day and was raving about it. Why? Why was I raving about it? Does David Snedeker know anything about the benefits of hydroxychloroquine? I had never even heard of it before that day. So don't listen to David Snedeker. But what I did was I showed you Dr. Zelenko, who had already treated 600 patients with COVID. And I want to say this was March or April, had already treated 600 patients with COVID and very, very, very successfully. And to me, when you're in a pandemic, and it should be to everybody, you don't have time for clinical trials. And so if it's something that doesn't harm anybody, which HCQ does not harm anybody, it's been used for 6 decades, go ahead and give it a shot. Why wouldn't you give it a shot? Why wouldn't you prescribe it like crazy? Why wouldn't you make it over the counter? Why wouldn't you make it the cheapest thing ever if you really, really cared about your population? But no, they're sending positive cases back into the nursing homes. They're doing, they're keeping these elderly away from their families as they die. They're not allowing autopsies. They're not really isolating the COVID virus. They're bickering over whether or not it was natural or man-made. Meanwhile, the NIH and Fauci knew that it was man-made all along. Why? Because they used our tax money to fund it, right? And now they're talking about the biggest spending bill in the history of humanity, using our money again, okay, after they've proven that they are not to be trusted with our money. You see, this is how this perpetuates, because we don't hold these people accountable. And let's be honest with ourselves. We have not held our politicians accountable. And when we have tried, justice has not been found. Justice has not been meted out by these people, by those whose job it is to do this. And so we throw up our hands in frustration and we do nothing. Okay? Oh no. Baby dog Jack. Hospital refused to give my dad HCQ or ivermectin. In early stages, he was murdered last Saturday. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. Oh man. Fuck. God bless your dad and your family. Heard a story from Snedhead, and chime in if this was you, but I didn't get who it was. From Nancy, that said that they would not give ivermectin or HCQ to their brother who was in the hospital and was doing really badly, and they wouldn't let him have it. And so they sent in a teddy bear, and they had stuffed a teddy bear. They had put some ivermectin in a teddy bear, and instead of the hospital meds, he took the ivermectin, and within 2 days, he was well enough to get out of the hospital. You know, it's never going to replace your father, but there's a lawsuit. These lawsuits, folks, if you have kids in school, I would never, ever recommend that a child grow up and become a lawyer. Honestly. Now, I'm not besmirching all the lawyers out there. Trust me, I have some friends that are lawyers. I was just with one Sunday, amazing human being, and another friend who's a lawyer, amazing human being. So, it's like that old joke where the guy goes into the bar and bartender, give me a shot of tequila, and pours him a shot. He downs it, and he's like, two more, and bartender gives him two more, boom, knocks it down. Give me another. He knocks that down, and he's just so frustrated, so pissed, and bartender says, hey, you okay? And he says, you know what? All lawyers are assholes. Obviously, he just had a situation where he had to deal with one, and it wasn't too friendly or helpful. All lawyers are assholes. And the guy across the bar says, hey, watch your mouth. He's like, why? You a lawyer? He says, no, I'm an asshole. Even assholes don't want to be compared to him, right? So I love lawyers, and yet, and they're so helpful, but they're trained to find problems. They don't see the bigger picture a lot of times. Unless you find an entrepreneur lawyer, and also I think that there's so much of it that takes away creativity of the mind, because of the way they have to learn and regurgitate, case studies and so forth, and cases, not case studies, but cases, case law. But I tell you, if your child or somebody is thinking about being a lawyer or thinking about what to do with themselves, lawyers are going to make more money in the next, 5 to 10 years, I think, than ever in the history of the planet. We're going to sue the hospitals. We're going to sue the universities for the bad information. We're going to sue the CDC. We're going to sue the WHO. We're going to sue the UN. We're going to sue the hospitals, the doctors, the nurses, the administrators that are pulling in money and giving it to themselves for falsifying information. It's going to be ugly. It's going to take a while, but it's going to be ugly. There may not be enough lawyers right now, but it's going to be ugly. Remember, Q said class action lawsuits are very effective, so there'll be a lot of that happening too. We are. Is Chris Cuomo suing CNN? Good luck with that. Dear God, please help. Please help. Thank you, Deb. The health departments. Yep. Yeah, say no to the ventilators. Let's see. So, at any rate, we've got to share the good news that's happening. We've got to stay in the light as best we can and warn people away from the jab. My friends, today is the anniversary of Pearl Harbor, the attack on Pearl Harbor. And one of the worst things that ever happened on U.S. soil, certainly right up there with, November 11th, right? And yet this was, this was what was this? How many years ago was 1941? 70 years ago today, right? And it was a false flag in the sense that, and this is where people get confused. False flags, people die in false flags all the time. They have no problem killing us. That's obvious, right? That's obvious. They have no problem killing us. Okay? Is it 80 years? I'm trying to do the math on it. 80 years. Thank you, guys. Thanks for that correction. Um, and by the way, guys, I love it when you correct me, okay? Because I don't want bad information going out there, right? Just like last night, you guys were showing me the lights that were strung along on the balloons for the Starlink. And I thought, no way, that looks so fake. And because I had not heard anything about it. It looks so fake. And but you guys kept sending me stuff saying, yeah, no, we saw it. We saw it. We saw it. And I was completely wrong on that. So I appreciate you. This is a crowdsourcing of the truth here. And so I'm really glad that you correct me when I'm wrong. So so September 11th was a false flag. Pearl Harbor was a false flag. Uh, the USS Maddox in the Gulf of Tonkin was a false flag. The Lusitania was a false flag. Did people die in those events? Yes, not the USS Maddox, but false flags. People were killed in these false flags. But the key with the false flag is it always pushes forth an agenda that they have. Okay, and that's exactly what all these things did. If they didn't allow those people to be killed on that Sunday morning, um, then yeah, lights might be Morse code. We got to check into that. Does anybody here know Morse code? Air Force vet, do you know Morse code? The Titanic was a false flag. Thank you, Azera, to get us into the Federal Reserve Act of 1913. Thank you, Mark. Oklahoma City bombing. And every single one of these, every single one of these is got us into something that took away our freedoms. Um, yeah, Titanic was a false flag. Yeah, they sunk the Titanic, which was actually the Olympic, and they did that because the Olympic they weren't going to be able to get insurance on the Olympic because it was self-inflicted damage, and so they sank the Titanic. But they had changed over the Olympic to the Titanic, and the people on the Titanic were going to oppose the Federal Reserve Act and not allow Woodrow Wilson to pass this draconian law that enslaved humanity. And so they took out the Titanic with Strauss, Guggenheim, and it's been a while since I thought about this. Astor, Strauss, and Guggenheim were all murdered on the Titanic and went down with the Titanic. Yeah, and FDR knew about it. The intelligence was there that the Japanese were planning a possible attack on the Pacific Islands, and so yeah, all the Boston Marathon bombing, absolutely same thing. I tore that apart when that happened. I could tell you a lot about the Boston bombing. So yeah, so all these things were to get us involved in bigger conflicts and bigger things than we've ever seen. Hey, thank you, Pipig. Um, you know, the Las Vegas shooting, absolutely. Oh my gosh, guys. I gotta share with you an interview I did with a woman that was there at there and heard multiple shots from different directions, and her roommate actually saw a shooting happen occurring from a completely different place. Um, yeah, so all these things were to push forth an agenda, right? And so these agendas were not good for us, just like this COVID agenda is not good for us. Newtown, absolutely, absolutely. And again, remember, folks, uh, what do you call it? Alex Jones was censored and kicked off YouTube because he called Newtown a false flag. But what people don't understand is that in false flags, a lot of times people die, right? Um, wow, Melodicious. My friend's cousin was killed in the Las Vegas shooting. Do you know, were they in the concert right there? Was it the shooting from the helicopter or was it elsewhere? Um, yeah. So let's see. I'm a veteran. The VA hospital refusing me. Asked for medical issues care. I have been refused care. Lawyers, absolutely. Randy, go on the resource file. Okay, for the new Snedheads out there. If you go to theindoctrination.com, and folks, bear with me when I do this, please, because it's so important to go over to Hot Zone. We're soon going to rename that to show notes. But if you go to Hot Zone and just go down to the resource file, okay, and double click that resource file, and you're going to be able to find some legal help here. Sidney Powell, Defending the Republic. Here's an attorney at law, Julia Haller. So you're going to find out a lot of great information here, folks. Please use this as a resource. Never before in human history has it ever been more important for us to really, really get a handle on what we're doing, to really understand what's going on around us. It's never been more important. Melodocious, so sorry to hear, by the way, about your cousin. Catherine, my cousin was shot in Vegas. Wow. Um, yeah, any information you have on that could be really helpful if you want to send it to me and Christy. Send it to Christy and Barbara at the on the show notes, please. Columbine, yes, Dottie. Columbine. This is, some of these are, most of these are MK Ultra programmed bots, humans, but they're controlled. Their brains are controlled. So the Columbine was all about getting rid of our assault weapons. Yeah, there are lawyers, Kathy, through American Frontline Doctors, absolutely, and we have those in the resource file. Pepper DM. I was a limo driver in Vegas for over 10 years, was at the edge of my seat watching a limo driver at Mandalay, where I drove through many years. My friends do concerts in town. Was waiting for check-ins. I was not living there at the time, thank God. Um, Patricia, I landed in Vegas 5 minutes before the shooting started, was locked down for 5 hours while luggage was still outside of the plane. Wow. So the Pulse nightclub. Oh boy. Yeah, I can't remember much of that. Yeah, it was Orlando, wasn't it? Yeah, it's really tragic. Joe Keefe, this was so true in my dad's case. Fully vaxxed, including booster, diagnosed with COVID. Airlifted him to Vegas, 300 miles away, instead of taking him to the VA in Reno, which, come to find out, would have handled him and was only 75 miles. They raped his insurance on top of the money the government gives the hospitals. Is he okay, though? So at any rate, yeah, so Sandy Hook, that's Newtown. But Alex Jones was censored off YouTube because he talked about Sandy Hook being a false flag, but he said that the people didn't die. Well, people die in false flags. So to say that somebody didn't die, that when maybe they did, that can be devastating for a family. So I get that. My friends, let's get into the show notes. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, you know what? We haven't gone into these in detail, but I'm going to do different shows where we can all hang out and talk about this stuff, like all the false flags and so forth. Yeah, Challenger, Todd. Good, great call. Great call. Challenger. Folks, those people are still alive. It's just insane. You've all seen the pictures of them. They're still alive, the Challenger. Yeah. So yeah, let's get into the show notes, my friends. Pearl Harbor Tuesday, the IndoctriNATION.com. You got show links here. You can always just click on this. If you want to share, me with your friends, family, if you go to this Linktree link, you can find Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, email, donation, Telegram, Snedschwag, Snedcast, which is my podcast. Got about 5 podcasts on there. Excuse me. And then Rumble. And so you can click on any of those and it'll take you right there. Show contributors tonight: Rick Duplantis, Scott Harley, Trumpet 17 Dixie, Jen Davis, Betsy Jones, Jim Rice, Christy Kilborn, Cameron Bowen, Judy Harden, Nathan O'Brien. Thank you all for your just your love and support of the show, and wanting to make sure the Snedheads have the latest breaking information. This is Steve Bannon. This is a 12-minute long video, but it's about the, I'm going to show just a few minutes of it here, if it's going to let me. I've been having some trouble playing videos lately, and I don't know why. Because when I do that, it doesn't take me to where I want to be. You're not in the Republican Party unless you're a precinct committeeman. Precinct committeemen are the party, says Daniel Schultz. The power of 0.3% of 74 million. In a nutshell, this is what every conservative, including you, dear reader, needs to do ASAP. If our goal is to have our state legislators pass election reform laws requiring all counties to stop using any kind of imaging machines for counting votes and instead return us to the gold standard of counting votes, hand counting at the polling locations before the paper ballots are allowed to leave the premises, and making voting by mail the exception and not the rule, all right? Which has always been the case, but because they used the false flag of COVID, they were able to push forward the vote by mail, all right? The first step is taking back our government by electing better people, is by taking back the Republican Party from those running it now. And that means you becoming a precinct committeeman for your voting precinct. Precinct committeeman is calling different things in different states: precinct chair, precinct delegate, precinct committee officer, member, etc. The bottom line is that you want to become a voting member of your local or county committee, and it's not difficult to do so. And so dig into this a little bit, folks. And if you want to do this, okay, we will support you. We will share what you're doing on the show, okay? And that will help get started in my state. You can contact this. You can contact Dan, or you can buy his book. But how do we get started in your state? How-to guides so California, for example, it tells you what you need. And California Republican Party bylaws. So you can go in here and you can find everything you need. So this group has put this all together for us to make it a lot easier, right? Um, Sandu says, I am in my precinct here in South Carolina. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Um, Kathy, up to 2 years ago, I was clueless. I believed it all. You know what, Kathy? You awakened just at the right time, and it's fantastic. Yes, and Beth Hill became a PCO, precinct committee officer, right, Beth? And that's in Washington State. So Beth's doing some fantastic work up there, my friends. And um, Linda says, just had an issue with a doctor today threatening not to give me care because I was unvaxxed. Berated me 45 minutes on why I was selfish and what I believed was BS. She called me selfish. So, Linda, you probably have an email of your doctor's office, or would you do something for me? Would you just go to the show notes and will you look up last night's show notes? And well, I'll show you. I'll show you exactly what we're looking for here. Where is that? Why isn't that pasting? There we go. Nope, that's the Pearl Harbor one. Go to last night's show notes and share that article of the Yale epidemiologist and say, where did you go to school? Did you want to get? Would you have wanted to go to Yale? What was Yale even an option for you? Chances are it wasn't. Chances are he couldn't. Chances are he would have loved to. What is it about Yale you love? Oh, well, they got this or that. They're just so great or whatever. Most people are going to, you know, spit all over himself, just, talking about how amazing, Yale is. And then just say, well, here's a Yale epidemiologist who says this is all fear-based. There you go. Checkmate. Okay? Because no one should be berating you. No one. Especially a doctor. Okay? So in the hot zone, well, actually, here's the hot zone right here. Nightly show notes. And then scroll down to, let me see. It was Manifesting Monday from last night. Scroll down to right here. Where was it? It was right here in the, also the U.S. cruise ships totally vaccinated, right? Oh, here it is. COVID-19, a pandemic of fear, manufactured by authorities, says a Yale epidemiologist. Okay. And there's your article. There's your man, right? This is in Epic Times. And all you got to do is go to the article and print it out. Okay. All right. And so, his name is Harvey Risch, by the way. Harvey Risch. Okay. So, yeah. That's all you need to do. And you'll have some support there, right? Okay. All right. Let's get to it, my friends. President Trump. So, by the way, defending the precinct strategy. Please check that out. Dig into that a little bit more. Trump, 5 entries today, 2 statements. Vladimir Putin looks at our pathetic surrender in Afghanistan, leaving behind dead soldiers, American citizens, and $85 billion worth of military equipment. He then looks at Biden. He is not worried. Yeah, not even an option. China only grows bolder under Biden. Here's the article, and we'll go here. J.P. Morgan Chase, CEO Jamie Dimon. By the way, Morgan was supposed to be on the Titanic for the maiden voyage, right? But then was at the last minute was told not to get on the boat. Why? Because he was for the central bank. He was all for it. Okay. And so they wanted his support. They wanted somebody as powerful as him involved, right? But at any rate, so that was J.P. Morgan. But Jamie Dimon, who is the robber baron, but later, by the way, Jamie Dimon, I don't know if you guys ever heard that story, but somebody that worked for Jamie Dimon and in his home in New York City, his multi-level home, multi-floor home, said that one Christmas he had 26 Christmas trees. He had 26 Christmas trees in his residence, and he would do that supposedly every year. And, different rooms, have one in every room. But a huge place. This is the robber barons of today. So during remarks at Boston College Chief Executives Club, Dimon shot off a quip about China that excuse me, that wasn't exactly fawning. And shortly after, he apologized. More to truth, shortly after he was pressured to apologize. Exactly. Just like people have been pressured to apologize for, calling Taiwan a sovereign state, criticized for calling out the Uyghur situation, genocide in China, so forth and so on, right? There are so many things wrong with that picture, it's difficult to know where to start. First off, America doesn't apologize to China ever. America the free doesn't acknowledge the right for China the unfree, for China the communist, China the human rights violator, China the persecution of religion, China the complete opposite of free, to pressure Americans into apologizing for anything. So why are people doing it? Well, you know why. It's all about the almighty dollar, my friends. All about the almighty dollar, right? I'm going to make that a little bit bigger and see, because most of the time the stuff over here is just cut off, right? So the almighty dollar is the reason. And certainly China puts a lot of pressure on that. Jennifer says Cleveland Clinic rescinded the mandate for healthcare workers. Fantastic. Yeah, Susie Q. Public, by the way, no wonder I don't go to doctors. I can't stand ignorance. We really need more holistic caring docs. By the way, my friends, remember how I said, the lawyers are going to make huge money. You know who else is? Like, homeopathic doctors, holistic healers, the preventative maintenance stuff. These people are going to, and especially if you spoke out against what's going on right now, you have a good future ahead of you, right? Yes, Deb, that same doctor promoted HCQ and ivermectin. Yep. John says, I'm so sick of the statement, everybody's getting it. And if everybody jumped off a cliff, would you too, right? That's got to be one of our responses, because everybody knows that's sane, right? Let's see. Let me see. Okay. So back into, the apologizing is all about making money. Okay. And nobody wants to be left out in the rain. Let me see. Am I on is that the wrong show? No, that's right. Okay. Rumble announces distribution deal with Trump's Truth Social. New partnership looks to take direct shot at YouTube. Folks, this is huge, because now President Trump has the kind of has the kind of video platform that is really hard to build, and he's ready to jump into it right away. Okay. Rumble's parent company is Cantor Fitzgerald, which is a big PE firm in New York City, and also lost a great many good people on 9/11, including somebody I knew pretty well, and would come to all of our basketball games when I was at Providence. And the company will now become the main tech service provider for the much anticipated new platform, providing some much needed infrastructure support that will be crucial in Trump's efforts to unseat the main players in big tech. So what he's doing here, Trump is doing here, is he's not reinventing the wheel, right? Okay. So that's going to be really great. That's going to be really great for a lot of people. Okay. Did I do, we are at 1,654 people. I wanted Pearl Harbor after the virus, the mask, and the jab. I don't know why that keeps moving. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. I put it down there, so I'm just going to take it out of here. Okay. Okay. So going into the, then I got some good news for you after the jab. Okay. After the jab stuff that we're going to discuss. All right. This was a deleted video from last night I want to share with you right here. Let's share that now. I'm going to get out of the way here.
Well, again, I'm not as deep an expert on that as I am on vaccines.
Now we need to go and look in families to find those people who may be sick and remove them and isolate them.
We want to thank you for turning folks in and making sure we are all safe.
For the world at large, normalcy only returns when we've largely vaccinated the entire global population.
A new world order. A new world order. A new world order.
The scenario you will be presented with this morning could easily become one shared reality one day. I fully expect that we will be confronted by a fast-moving, highly lethal pandemic of a respiratory pathogen.
But also there will be a surprise outbreak. There will be a surprise outbreak. There will be a surprise outbreak.
If anything kills over 10 million people in the next few decades, it's most likely to be a highly infectious virus rather than a war. Not missiles, but microbes. Eventually, what we'll have to have is certificates of who's a recovered person, who's a vaccinated person.
A new world order.
Probably one of these numbers is going to have to get pretty near to zero. That's back from high school algebra. But let's take a look. First, we've got population. The world today has 6.8 billion people. That's headed up to about 9 billion. Now, if we do a really great job on new vaccines, healthcare, reproductive health services, we could lower that by perhaps 10 or 15%.
A new world order.
And there you have it. We've seen many of those videos, right? And we know that this is a much bigger agenda than most people realize. And we know that that agenda is about population control. Okay. And this is, and that's really important. Laura Logan, shocking in the wake of Austria's drastic lockdown of unvaccinated people, EU chief calls for throwing out Nuremberg Code. This is unbelievable. And then I'm going to go back up to the Auschwitz video. that the EU wants to banish, okay, abolish the Nuremberg Code. This is really, really quite tragic, my friends, that because everyone's saying Nuremberg, and they're like, well, we need to get rid of that. In what world would you ever want to get rid of a Nuremberg Code which protects humanity from medical experimentation against their will? Man, this is crazy, okay? And then, and governments are now warning people from of heart problems from the the vaccine mandates, from Greg Piper on the Liberty Beacon. Japan's Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare raised the alert level for side reactions to the Pfizer and Moderna two-shot mRNA vaccines on December 3rd, according to an English translation of a report by the Japanese Kyodo News Service. Just the News couldn't find a native English version. Serious symptoms of myocarditis and pericarditis are being reported among the vaccinated more frequently in young men than usual, the Wire report said, but the ministry still generally recommends vaccination because the benefits outweigh the side effects. Is that right? What are the benefits to this? People still get it. People are dying. People are getting Guillain-Barré syndrome. Guillain-Barré, I think. Yeah. The heart problem figures are much higher for Moderna than the Pfizer recipients. Japanese broadcaster NHK reported. The Japanese ministry said that as of November 14th, for every million males who took the Moderna vaccine, 81.79 ages 10 to 19, and 48.76 in their 20s developed such symptoms. For Pfizer, those figures are 15 and 13. So Moderna is much more dangerous, okay? So the ministry is requiring hospitals to report in detail incidents involving people who developed symptoms within 28 days after being vaccinated. See, that's really important because people aren't really vaccinated until about 2 weeks after their last jab, right? And so in those 2 weeks, if they die, then they died without being fully vaxxed, because you've got to wait until the vaccinations take hold. So that's tragic. Japan's action followed that of several Nordic countries, especially against Moderna vaccines this fall, with different age and gender restrictions, the AP reported. Okay. Sweden and Norway stopped offering Moderna to all people under age 30, while Denmark only restricted those under 18. Finland followed with a more narrowly tailored restriction for males under 18. I mean, folks, what about somebody who's 19, 20, 21, 22? This is the equivalent of a smoking and a non-smoking section on an airplane. I mean, why are they cutting it off at 18? If this has this kind of side effects, this kind of danger, why wouldn't you cut it all out until you figure out what the hell's going on? Because this isn't about your health. It's not about my health, right? The FDA added heart inflammation warnings to fact sheets for the mRNA vaccines around the same time. This is just the news. FDA has added a warning. This is June 28th, 2021. So this warning's been out there for a while, okay, about serious heart inflammation problem that's been attributed to the jab, right? And then this is kind of crazy. The Swedes get microchip implants after COVID passport mandate. Latest updates. Are you serious? It's infected more than 26.3 million They put all that out there just to remind you how serious this is. 5.2 million worldwide are dead. They put that out there. Here are the coronavirus-related topics for December 1st, okay? This shouldn't even be a contest, okay? It shouldn't even be a contest because it's just... I can't believe that they're still getting away with giving this out. That just goes to show you how deep and how dark the cabal is and the control over mainstream media is, okay? Microchip implants after the COVID vaccine mandate. You've got to be kidding me. You're getting jabbed and then you're going to get an implant. This is the mark of the beast. This is the mark of the beast. And it's quite tragic. Okay. All right. This is something very important that I want to share with you.
Not long ago,
And I'm gonna get
Rita
out of the way
Levi
here.
Montalcini celebrated.
And please check this out. Please watch this. Very, very important video. And this man is the survivor of, Nazi Germany. Okay? All right, let me get out of the way here. Here we go.
My dear comrades of the horrors in the camp, distinguished guests, distinguished visitors to this place, friends, I am but one of those who are still alive. Few who were here in this place almost until the last moment before the liberation. On the 18th of January, my so-called evacuation started. Evacuation from this camp, from Auschwitz, and after 6.5 days, it ended. It turned out to be the death march for more than every other co-inmates, my fellow inmates. We walked together as a column of 600 people. According to all probability, I will not live to see another jubilee here. This is how it goes. So please forgive me that there will be some emotions in what I'm going to say. Now, this is what I would like to say. To tell primarily to my daughter, to my granddaughter who is here in this room, and I would like to thank her for that, to my grandson as well. But I'm mostly after those who are the peers of my daughter and my grandchildren, the younger generations, especially the youngest, those who are even younger than they are. When the World War broke out, I was but a teenager. In the First World War, my father was a soldier, and he was shot into his lungs, and that kept repeating. That was a drama for our family, and it went on and on. My mother hailed from the Polish, Lithuanian, Belarusian borderland. Armies went forth and back. They pillaged, raped, burned villages, not to leave anything for those who were coming after them. So you could say that I had first-hand experience of war. Nonetheless, even though it was only 20, 25 years apart, those times seemed so distant, like those Polish 19th century uprisings, like the French Revolution. And that was only 20 years away. So when today I meet young people, I perfectly well realize that after 75, if not 80 years, people get somewhat bored. They find war, Shoah, Holocaust somewhat of a boring subject, just like genocide. And I actually understand them. That is why I promise to you, the young, that I'm not telling you about my suffering. I'm not telling you about what I experienced, my 2 death marches, how I finished the war weighing 32 kilo, really on the verge of life, utterly exhausted. I'm not telling the things that were worst, the worst, the tragedy of the farewells, of parting with the near and dear, when after the selection you see and you sense their fate. No, I'm not telling you about that. What I would like to pass to my daughter, to my grandchildren, and to their generations, I would like to tell you something about you yourselves. I see we have among us the President of Austria, Mr. Alexander van der Bellen. Do you remember, Mr. President, when you hosted me and the management of the International Auschwitz Committee? We discussed those days. You used such a phrase, Auschwitz ist nicht vom Himmel gefallen. Auschwitz did not fall down from the skies. You could say, that's an obvious thing. Absolutely obvious. It did not. This may even seem a hackneyed phrase, quite commonplace perhaps, yet this is a profound shortcut in our thinking, and it helps to understand certain things. Let's use our imagination and our thoughts to get to the early 1930s, to Berlin. We find ourselves in the center of Berlin. Bayerische Viertel, the Bavarian district, is the name of that district. It's just 3 stops away from the Tiergarten, the zoo. There is a station of the metro there. There is Baryschew Park. And one day, in those early 1930s, you can read an inscription on the benches. Jews must not sit on these benches. You could say, it's unpleasant, it's not fair, it's not right. But after all, there are so many benches around. You can sit somewhere else. Of course you can. In that district, and that was a district that was inhabited by intellectuals, by the intelligentsia, German, of Jewish origin. Albert Einstein used to live there. Nelly Sachs, the Nobel Prize winner, a politician and industrialist, Walter Rathenau, who was Minister of Foreign Affairs. there was a swimming pool, and over its door an inscription read, "Jews are forbidden to enter." You could say, well, pleasant this is not, but there are so many places in Berlin where you can take a bath or swim, so many lakes, canals, it's nearly like Venice. At the same time, you can read somewhere else, Jews must not belong to German singing associations. So what? All right. They want to sing, they want to make music. Let them just meet somewhere else. They will do their singing. All right. What comes up later is an order, really. More of an order than of an inscription. Non-Aryan children must not play with Aryan children, with the German children. All right, they'll play on their own. And then you read, we only sell bread and food to Jews after 5 p.m. Right? Less choice. This makes your life harder. But after all, after 5 p.m. you can still do your shopping. Now, I warn you, I'm getting used to a thought. That thought that someone may be excluded becomes mediated into our lives. The thought that somebody can be stigmatized, that someone may be alienated. And that's how it is done, step by step, slowly. People begin to see that this is something normal. Both victims and the perpetrators, the witnesses, those whom we in English call bystanders, those who see it become familiar, and they become acquainted with that thought, familiar with the idea that the minority that produced Einstein, Nelly Sachs, Henry Heine, Mendelssohn's, and many Nobelists, that it is different, that it can be pushed beyond the margin of the society, that they are different people, that they are alien people, that they are the people that carry germs, that cause pandemics.
The drip, drip, drip of
and
the
this
indoctrination.
now is a horror that's dangerous. This is where what may happen soon takes its origin. And let me tell you, if you consider that, and if we remember the words of Mr. President, power that at that time ran sly policy. For example, they met all the claims of workers. The 1st of May was never celebrated. All right, they gave you a day that was free from work. They introduced Kraft durch heute, so a special holiday for workers. They could also fight unemployment. They knew how to play on the dignity of a nation. Germans move up from the shame of the Treaty of Versailles. Have your pride back. And that government also saw that people were slowly engulfed by this lack of sensitivity. They ceased to react to evil. And that was the moment when that government could speed up the process of evil. What came later was something that developed immediately. Jews could not get jobs, they could not emigrate, and then quickly Jews would be sent to ghettos, to Kaunas, to Riga, to my ghetto, the Litzmannstadt, the Łódź ghetto. Most people from there were later sent to Kulmhof, Chełmno on the Ner, where they were murdered in lorries with exhaust gases. And the rest will make their way to Auschwitz, where in a very modern way and manner, they were murdered with Zyklon B in all those modern gas chambers. And here you see how the words of the president come true. Auschwitz did not fall suddenly from the skies. It was pittering-pattering in all those tiny steps. It was approaching until what happened here behind me did happen. My daughter, my granddaughter, peers of my daughter, peers of my granddaughter, you do not have to know the name of Primo Levi. Primo Levi was one of the most famous inmates of this camp. Primo Levi once used that phrase, "This happened," which means that it may happen again, which means that it may happen anywhere in this world. May I share one personal memory with you? In 1965, I went for a scholarship to the US, to America. And that was the peak, the acme of that battle for human rights, for civil rights, for the Afro-Americans. It was my honor to participate in a march with Martin Luther King from Selma to Montgomery. And then people who learned that I had been an inmate of Auschwitz would ask me, "How do you think? It must have been only in Germany, or do you think it could happen somewhere else?" And then I told them, it can also happen in your country, in this land, when the civil rights are broken, when people do not obey the laws of minorities, when you do.
Kiedy się może zdarzyć? Co zrobić? Jedyne wyjście to wy sami, mówiłem im.
Is only one way out, only you. If you are capable of defending your constitution, defending your laws and your rights, your democratic order, which is based on the protection of minority rights, only then will you be able to conquer all that evil. My dear, here in Europe, most of us hail from the tradition called Judeo-Christian. Both the believers but also the non-believers assume as their civilizational canon the Ten Commandments.
Mój przyjaciel, najbliższy przyjaciel,
My friend, my closest friend, the president of the International Auschwitz Committee, Roman Kent, who spoke here 5 years ago during the previous Jubilee. He couldn't arrive today, he couldn't fly in today. He's frail, he's been sick lately. But he invented the 11th commandment. The 11th commandment that is an experience of the Shoah, of the Holocaust, which is the experience of that horrible time of disdain. And that 11th is be not indifferent. Thou shalt not be indifferent.
Do not be indifferent.
And this is what I would like to tell you. My daughter, my grandchildren, I'd like to tell it to the peers of my daughter, my grandchildren, wherever they live, be it Poland, be it Israel, be it America, be it Western Europe, the Eastern Europe, yes, precisely, the Eastern Europe. It is very important here. Do not be indifferent when you see lies, historical lies. Do not be indifferent Do not be indifferent when you see that the past is stretched to fit the current political needs. Do not be indifferent when any minority is discriminated, because the essence of democracy is that majority governs, but democracy hinges on the rights of minorities being protected, and they have to be protected. At the same time, do not be indifferent when any power or government infringes all the social compacts that are there, that are already extant. And keep the commandments. 11th, thou shalt not be indifferent. Because if you are, you won't even notice when your heirs will suddenly see an Auschwitz falling down, dropping down from the skies straight on them.
It froze up on me a little bit there, folks. But, wanted to show all of that because, here's a Holocaust survivor who is not just talking about how the Jews were killed, the infirm were murdered, and but how it happened and how they slowly made that happen the way they did, and it's quite tragic. It's a lesson that we're not learning, and especially in Germany, when you look at what's happening in Germany, and when you look at what happened back in the 1930s Germany. And what this man experienced firsthand, he's begging us to pay attention. He's begging us to not comply, to not discriminate against any minority or any portion of the population. Right? It's so important. Right? And by the way. And what are we doing? Instead of a yellow star on our breast, like they did, or a band around their arm, okay, we're getting microchipped in Sweden. And by the way, this was eufactcheck.eu. Microchips are getting under the skin of thousands in Sweden, okay? What happened to Sweden, folks? What happened to Sweden? They were the ones that said, we're not going to mask, we're not going to social distance, we're not going to get caught up in all this nonsense. And now they're getting caught up with the jab. It's absolutely tragic, right? And so we are being systematically controlled, and it's absolutely tragic what's going on here. 1,854 across 7 platforms right now. Welcome, everybody. My name is David Snedeker. This is the Indoctrination, where we expose the indoctrination, the drip, drip, drip of the brainwashing, of the control of humanity, the conditioning of humanity, that allows us, slowly but surely, allows us to get caught up in the fear, and allows us to stop using our critical thinking brain. And here are some critical thinkers. A federal judge in Georgia on Tuesday temporarily halted the Biden administration's COVID-19 vaccine mandate for federal contractors across the country. The ruling by Stan Baker, an appointee of former President Trump, is the latest in a series of legal setbacks for President Biden as his administration seeks to blunt the effects of a global pandemic that has killed more than 788,000 people in the U.S. The court acknowledges, again, they're using numbers that aren't being verified or being explained better, okay? One of the reasons why, by the way, I think that John Solomon left the Hill, because they're somewhat compromised. Yeah. And they were federal contractors were facing that January 18th deadline to be fully vaccinated. And then late last month, a Kentucky-based federal judge issued a narrower ruling that blocked the federal contractor mandate in Kentucky, Ohio, and Tennessee. Tuesday's ruling effectively extended the freeze nationwide. This was huge. This is critical thinking. This is a good lawyer / judge that is looking at the law, okay? And now, look at this. States where Biden's vaccine mandate is blocked. And there you have it. He's absolutely being denied across every area. Judge blocks school district from quarantining unvaccinated students who are healthy. Critical thinking, right? Oklahoma City, again, Oklahoma's stepping up, folks. Just like Florida, Oklahoma's stepping up in a very, very big way. Let me do something here, my friends. Let me do that. I'm going to switch logos here because it's hard to read the other one. Why is that not doing that? There we go. And not a big deal, but just wanting to make it a little bit more visible for you. And there we go. An Oklahoma judge found the school district's policy of isolating healthy yet unvaccinated students is likely unconstitutional. This is what this man was talking about, right? Do not discriminate, all right? They temporarily blocked an Oklahoma City Metro School District from carrying out its policy of placing unvaccinated students into quarantine. Starting in August, Edmond Public Schools, one of the largest districts, Oklahoma, instituted a policy requiring unvaccinated students who had a close contact with a person who tested positive to self-isolate at home, even if a student had no signs or symptoms of COVID-19. Folks, DeSantis in Florida, they're not isolating anybody if they don't have symptoms. They're not doing it, okay? Sweden needs to stand up, Joe Kim. No question about it. We must stand up. Yeah. Thank you for that, Dot. Good stuff. Let me catch up to your comments here. When ordering from Uber Eats, Hope Dave says name is Brandon. That's hilarious. It's not really Uber Eats. You know that, right? They don't come up to the mountain. They don't come up the mountain. This is beloved Nancy Sutherland. There's a dance school here in our area with a large group of children. The instructor announced in front of all the children that the Christmas party invitations were only extended to the parents and children as young as 5 who were vaccinated. The older children were not allowed to go. Oh my God. Unbelievable. Wow. Sherry, Dave, Megan Walsh against her parents' thoughts. I don't know what that is, Sherry. If you want to send that to me, I'll check it out. Wow, that's unbelievable. I mean, it's not unbelievable, but it's still, again, what we must stop doing is being surprised, right? A group of parents sued the school, arguing the policy was unlawful under state law and unconstitutional under the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. Nancy, please get this to Tracy and these people, that people are suing these decisions, these schools that are making these decisions, okay? The segregation, the discrimination. We must sue them. The only thing they'll understand is legal ramifications, okay? So, yeah. So I want to share something with you that I think is absolutely fantastic here. Has to do with Pearl Harbor, but also has to do with 7K metals, because they released new coins. But you got to see the way they did this, folks. It's really fantastic. They shared that this weekend, and I want to share it with you now. I think you're going to love it, and so please check this out. And it's very short. Okay, it's only 4 minutes long. And here we go.
She was christened on June 19th, 1915, in Brooklyn, New York. Esther Ross, a 17-year-old girl from Prescott, Arizona, performed the ceremony with a bottle of water from Arizona's Lake Roosevelt. Prohibitionists made sure the girl...
Starting that over because the sound was low.
She was christened on June 19th, 1915, in Brooklyn, New York. Esther Ross, a 17-year-old girl from Prescott, Arizona, performed the ceremony with a bottle of water from Arizona's Lake Roosevelt. Prohibitionists made sure the girl followed law over tradition. Her name? The USS Arizona. The moment of the great battleship's birth was one of triumph and celebration. This was the largest warship ever built, a ship to defeat all of America's enemies. As she sailed from the waters of New York's East River into the mighty Atlantic Ocean, her future seemed as strong and bright as the nation that created her. December 7th, 1941. On a warm and sunny Sunday morning in the paradise of Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, the USS Arizona sat docked among her fellow battleships, preparing to host church services on her pristine decks. That's when the world exploded.
Coming literally out of the clear blue sky, bomber planes descended on the harbor, raining down death and destruction on the U.S. fleet and its sailors. An anti-aircraft gunner on the USS Arizona, Lauren Bruner, was nearly to his battle station amidst the attack on the Arizona when he was shot twice in the leg. The pilot circled around to begin his next attack, and Lauren watched the fatal 1,700-pound bomb when it dropped 20 feet from where he was stationed, right into the number 2 turret beneath, igniting the powder magazine, instantly killing his best friend, Billy, stationed there. Lauren was stranded on the broken husk of the USS Arizona with 5 of his crewmates, while fires licked and snapped at their bodies from all around. A crew of a small repair ship docked on the side of the battleship spotted them and threw the end of a rope to them, creating a line from the doomed ship to the small savior. Lauren was second to last to cross that 100-foot line. He did it with 2 bullet wounds in his leg and burns across 70% of his body. Less than 1 hour and 15 minutes later, the USS Arizona and her comrades were a smoking, smoldering ruin. The great battleship that was the pride of the U.S. naval fleet was no more, having never fought a single battle. December 7th, 2021. 80 years later, and the Arizona still sits in the place where she was buried, with the distant memories of the frightful day drawn to the forefront as people visit the ever-living memorial it has become. It now stands as a place of resilience, love, and solemnity, a reminder of hope to the human spirit that things can be better and that we have more in common than we have differences. There are only 2 remaining survivors of the attack on Pearl Harbor that live today, and they both have stories to tell, stories we would consider heroic. Their heroism and the courage of their fellow sailors must never be forgotten. Introducing a 3-coin commemorative series from 7K Metals and designed by Miles Standish. The USS Arizona.
That coin, my friends, is, just really remarkable that what some of the things that 7K is doing. And that was unveiled to us this weekend. And I tell you, there were a lot of wet eyes in the crowd, just in terms of remembering Pearl Harbor, honoring the people who died there, and remembering this for what it was. And basically, for whatever... Thank you very much. Whatever you think of Pearl Harbor, I saw, Kathleen, I saw your question about it. Basically, the U.S. military, U.S. politicians, and some of the U.S. wanted to enter into World War II. But the majority of the U.S. population, based on polls, did not want to enter the World War against Japan and Germany. And that was being fought in Europe. And so, but false flags are used to perpetuate or get people angry about a situation so that their emotions take over. And then next thing you know, we're in a war. Kind of like Afghanistan, 9/11, going into the Middle East like we did, right? And so 7K, by the way, the man who designed these coins, his name is Miles Standish, as you heard in the actual video. And Miles Standish is a true patriot. I got to know him this weekend. We had a really lovely connection, and he reached out to me and said he's going to be in LA next week and wants to take me to lunch or dinner. So I'm going to spend some time with Miles Standish, and I'll tell you, real patriot, great human being, I was honored to meet him because he's been called. I forget the publication that called him the top 60. I'm sorry, the top 10 most influential people in the numismatic coin industry in the past 60 years. Top 10 people in the world. Miles Standish, who designs these. And he also announced that he was resigning from being vice president of the company that actually, the company on the back of the coins that says NGC. They're the ones that say it's worth what it is, right? He's vice president of that company, and he resigned from there so that he could devote more time to designing coins for 7K exclusively. So he's very, very excited about this company, and just the fact that they're commemorating moments like this in human history is really, really fantastic. And the mintage and how meaningful they are. So if you want to learn more about this, folks, please go to the IndoctriNATION.com, click on Patriot Silver, and put in your information, and you'll get a fantastic. You'll be able to get to meet Nancy Sutherland, who's fantastic. She got to meet Miles as well, and so my friends, this is very much a great company that we're very excited to be a part of, and honored to be able to help so many Snedheads that are really doing some great work with 7K and sharing it with their friends and family as well. So not only are they getting gold and silver at great prices, bypassing the middleman, getting dealer direct prices, but they're also able to share it with their friends and family and learn about numismatic value and getting involved in that through coins like this. So please check it out. You can always buy coins. Go on 7K, click on the Patriot Silver, and you can buy coins. But if you want to be a member and get dealer direct prices, that's where you want to be. Okay. So wanted to share that with you, and I wanted to jump over to the audit. It's now been 74 days since the Arizona audit report was delivered to Arizona Attorney General Mark Brnovich, and we have seen no arrests. 74 days of proof of just corruption across all levels, and no arrests. How do you justify that, right? And yeah, so we're still waiting. We're still waiting, Mark Brnovich, right? It's tragic that we're not getting those kind of answers right now. And so, like I've said, there's people that break the law, and there's people whose job it is to bring to justice those who break the law. And if the people don't bring them to justice, now there are two lawbreakers. So right now, if Mark Brnovich doesn't do anything, he has broken the law, and he has broken his trust with the population that elected him into that position. Okay? We're going to jump to January 6th. No intention of respecting boundaries concerning executive privilege. Meadows will no longer appear before January 6th committee for deposition. There you go. So basically, Meadows is saying that that they're not respecting executive privilege, which Donald Trump has called into action for. Okay, and has called executive privilege, and they're not respecting that at all. And he's saying no, not going to be involved. Okay, and I love that. That's going to be huge. J6 attorney, undercover law enforcement officer, passed out weapons to J6 protesters who were later arrested. Let's check out this video. Looks like
agent provocateurs people who were in contact with the Justice Department on January 6th, these people have never been charged. You've seen some of these videos. They're unbelievable. People encouraging the crowd to break the law, and those people have never been charged. He has seen unreleased videos, Mr. McBride has, that reveal extreme police brutality inside the Capitol. DOJ has kept those videos under seal, of course. McBride wants them released publicly. There's so much going on tonight. Joseph McBride joins us now. Mr. McBride, thanks so much for coming on. So first, we'll break this in half. The first part of the story is the people who are on tape encouraging illegality, which is itself a crime, who have not been charged. What is tonight the status on that as of tonight?
After months of investigation, Tucker, these people still have not been charged. We have multiple people on the ground, 4 in particular that we have identified. Let me just call one of these people out. Somebody who was tagged on the internet by sedition hunters and Capitol hunters as Redface45. This is a person who is dressed in Trump gear, in MAGA gear. He's covered in red from head to toe. His face is painted MAGA red. He's got a Trump hat on, a Keep America Great Again hat on. Yet he is clearly a law enforcement officer. He interacts with uniformed personnel. He interacts with agents in the crowd. He passes up weapons, sledgehammers, poles, mace. Some of those things come into contact with other protesters who have subsequently been charged with possessing dangerous weapons and or using dangerous weapons at the Capitol. That is clearly entrapment. That is clearly the government creating conditions of dangerousness and entrapping members of the crowd to possess weapons and possibly use them for reasons that we cannot comprehend.
Wait, may I interrupt you right there? Why is it so difficult? Let's put his picture back on the screen. Why is it so difficult in an age of facial recognition, this is the largest dragnet in the history of American justice, for one Republican member of Congress to force an answer? Who is this person? Why hasn't he been charged? That's a very simple ask. Why hasn't it been delivered?
That is a great question. And if you're a Republican congressman or a Democrat congressman or an independent congressperson listening tonight, I implore you, I encourage you to dig into this and to help us, because our democracy and our way of life is at stake. It is on the chopping block right now. And unless you fulfill your oath to your constituents and to your country to step up and to do the right thing here, then our democracy will be lost. There is no doubt about it. You have to help us.
Yeah, we have an absolute right to know exactly who this person is, at least the other 3 who are encouraging violence and haven't been charged. Very quickly, you've seen videotape the rest of us have not seen that indicates there was quite a bit of violence, that they've highlighted a lot of violence, they've hidden other forms of violence. When are we going to get to see these tapes, and on what grounds are they being withheld from the public?
They're being withheld from the public because, like the Kennedy assassination, the government does not want us to see the truth about what happened on January 6th. I filed a motion this week asking for the unmasking of these videos. That motion was joined by the New York Times in a 16-point press conglomerate. They signed on and they said, you know what, we want to see the truth about what happened as well. The police brutality that took place inside of that tunnel is objectionable. There was one woman in particular who was wearing a red MAGA hat who was beaten within an inch of her life. Guess what? She lived, and she is likely at some point going to tell that tale. Roseanne Boylan died at the foot of those steps. Ashley Babbitt was murdered on national TV, and nobody has said nothing. The other side has labeled her an insurrectionist when she was nothing of the sort, nothing of the kind. The truth is going to come out. They cannot stop it. That is why we are asking for the government and for the judge, quite frankly, to release these tapes and let the chips fall where they may. Let the public and let the media objectively look at the evidence here and make a decision about what really happened that day. The truth is on our side. We are not hiding anything, Tucker.
Well, exactly. If you believe in democracy, then you understand the public has a right to know what happens in its name, in its Capitol building, especially if you're going to change America on the basis of that day. Let's find out what happened that day. It's very, very simple. And I appreciate all your efforts to make that come true. Joseph McBride.
Thank you so much, Tucker. And if I may, Patriot Freedom Project, go there if you want to help us. It's a great place where Patriot Freedom Project is helping the families who have been affected by this and raising legal funds as well. Thank you, Tucker.
Thank you. So a lot of people have been targeted for their...
This is Patriot Freedom Project, my friends, that he was just mentioning. Look at all the faces of the January 6th, the lives of men and women being politically persecuted for standing up to what they believe was a fraudulent election is being destroyed. And folks, if I don't know why you're not, you could very easily be coming together and saying, hey, we got to help Dave out. I could have easily been there. And I'm not, and I'm grateful for that, but I'm certainly not grateful for the people who are being persecuted. I'm not grateful to our government that's allowing that to occur, and it's just tragic what we're allowing to happen on U.S. soil right now. And watching many movies, but see, we got to stop the movie, right? We got to stop the movie. Dr. David E. Martin's doing some fantastic work, remote viewer, no question about it. Dr. Judy Mikovits, who lost her husband this week. Dr. Tenpenny, fantastic. So much going on. A lot of people don't think Ashley is dead, and I the way we covered it, the way we showed it, it certainly didn't look like she was, and we'll we'll see when this is all said and done, yeah, I get enraged when I think of those poor people in prison. Absolutely tragic. So Jessica Watkins speaks out. She's been, I've been incarcerated for nearly a year for crimes I did not commit. Jessica Watkins. And no history of violence, no prior convictions. She did not use any force or violence or threaten any person in the Capitol or on the Capitol grounds on January 6th. She did not vandalize anything in the Capitol or engage in any destruction of property, and in fact encouraged others not to vandalize. She did not search for members of the Congress. She did not harass any police officer, but spoke with several officers and followed their orders. She participated in medical rescue operations for injured people during the event. The Gateway Pundit had previously reported that Jessica Watkins, this woman, was stripped and left naked in a jail cell for 4 days with the lights on 24 hours a day for her alleged crimes of conspiring to attack the U.S. Capitol building on January 6th. Unbelievable. You can help donate to Jessica here at GiveSendGo.com. Watkins shared her official testimony with the Gateway Pundit. Here is an excerpt. January 6th is akin to a Swiss Army knife, a barely effective tool that has served many purposes to the Democrat Party. Each function has... Think about this, folks. Here's what I'm doing. I'm giving her a voice, just like the Gateway Pundit. The Hoffs at Gateway Pundit are giving this woman a voice from behind bars, and I want to honor that and do the same as much as we can here. And so let's please pay attention to her words for just a moment, because she's not able to speak to us directly because of her persecution, right? Let me start again. January 6th is akin to a Swiss Army knife, a barely effective tool that has served many purposes to the Democrat Party. Each function has found itself in niche use with the narrative spun by those who seek only to remain in power. A one-party system henceforth referred to as the party. Being Marxist, the name is befitting. The first purpose of January 6th has served as its primary function to silence the opposition and instill fear of retribution by law enforcement for speaking out against the party, and to slander conservatives as racist, terrorists, and insurrectionists. That was the case. Racist and terrorists was the case before this, right? Certainly racists, just because we followed President Trump. The second purpose of January 6th is to solidify the notion that the 2020 election was devoid of fraud. The third is to secure funding for and to expand federal law enforcement. The fourth is to weaponize the Department of Justice against constitutionally protected militia groups, undermine their legitimacy, use fear to prevent new members from joining, and to encourage old members to quit so as to further erode the Second Amendment. The fifth is to make this is beautiful. This fifth is to make a spectacle of Republican leadership by dragging them before Congress and the January 6th committee, which Meadows said he will not do, as did Steve Bannon. The sixth and most desired effect of January 6th is to attack Donald Trump, impeach him, and attempt to bar him from re-election in the future. They're not going to be able to rig the 2024 if he runs again, okay? And so they know the only way to keep him out of the Oval Office is to impeach him. Each of these uses has allowed January 6th to serve the narrative of the party successfully and has been allowed to persist unabated. The truth about January 6th is still yet to be fully understood by America. I have people that won't talk to me because I was there. Think about that. I mean, friends, like close people that are disgusted that I was there. Each of these, my name is Jessica Watkins, and I am a January 6th defendant. I have been incarcerated nearly a year for crimes I did not commit, so as to serve as a pawn for the party to exploit, and exploit they have. When I was 18, I joined the Army and served as a paratrooper in a Ranger battalion. She joined the Army and served in Afghanistan in 2002, and she's a veteran. After the Army, I felt a need to serve but did not return to the military, and instead joined a fire department where I served as a firefighter, EMT, and rescue technician. Some years later, I started a small business with my fiancée, a bar and grill that barely survived the COVID lockdowns. The events of 2020 were chaotic, and with the leftist riots in the streets plunging our nation nearly to a state of civil war, I felt duty-bound to protect the innocent. So once again, I served my nation, protecting businesses, helping the injured, and coordinated with law enforcement. I've been threatened by the BLM Antifa mobs, been assaulted by them, and still I serve time and again to protect the lives, businesses, and homes of strangers, many of which were themselves minorities. After the 2020 election, I continued to serve to protect innocents from violent assaults by left-wing anarchists. Excuse me. In November 2020, innocent patriots were savagely attacked without repercussions in the streets of D.C. In December, 4 Proud Boys were stabbed by Antifa, one of whom lost a kidney and nearly died. It is these events that led me to attend the rally on January 6, 2021. While I decline to offer specifics about the nature of my case, what I can attest to is the reality of January 6th that has yet to be fully appreciated by the American public. January 6th was not one single protest, but 3 separate events. The first event is a speech given by our president at the Ellipse. The second is the rally at the Capitol building on the east side. The third is the infamous scene from the west side of the Capitol. That's the side I was on. The first was calm, the second virtually entirely peaceful. The third was the infamous scene now known incorrectly as the insurrection, an unfounded, improper colloquialism adopted by left-wing media. Having seen this is fantastic. I hope you guys are enjoying this. I'm going to read the whole thing because this woman is behind bars, and she is not able to speak to us directly. Having seen videos yet unavailable to the public, I can attest to the improper responses of police that led to the spiral of events that culminated in a riot. Indeed, I wish I was doing a better job speaking for this woman. Indeed, January 6 amounts to little more than a riot that was ultimately incited by police. The media draws much attention to the deadly nature of January 6, but glosses over the reality that 4 protesters were killed as a result of the police responses. People were pushed off balconies, protesters shot in the face with rubber bullets, women and elderly beaten, tear gas and flashbangs thrown into a peaceful crowd. Roseanne Boyland was savagely beaten to death and trampled by police. Ashley Babbitt was murdered in cold blood by an officer lying in ambush. I consider myself fortunate to have never witnessed these events, for I was on the east side of the Capitol, and these tragedies transpired unbeknownst to me. My fellow inmates, however, were not so lucky, and the scars of PTSD are readily visible among them. And I believe, my blood clots in my legs were from the tear gas, which I took an insane amount in. But I've got my freedom, not like these folks. As for me and my co-defendants, we have suffered our own pains from the injustices levied against us for our attendance that fateful day for which we remain incarcerated wrongfully. For nearly a year now, we have suffered, seemingly forgotten and ignored by the public. We attended that day to protect the innocent. I helped 2 injured individuals stop people damaging the Capitol building and a police vehicle and obeyed every lawful order given to me. My co-defendants rescued a police officer. What then is our just reward? Wrongful incarceration, slander, and defamation, violation of our civil rights abuse, neglect, solitary confinement, malnourishment, and the military-style SWAT raids that put us here. Guns were pointed at children, husbands and wives dragged screaming from loved ones. I told you folks, Nate and I saw the Capital Punishment, the movie, and they told stories about how their doors were broken down, their children had guns pointed at them, lasers on their forehead, multiple lasers. During our incarceration, we have seen a woman murder her baby. This is outside of the bars. A school shooter and a guy driving an SUV through a Christmas parade each get bail and bond while we are denied that right summarily. People commit drive-by shootings and are released on bail the next day, and here we rot. Veterans, teachers, parents, medics, small business owners. And why? We on the wrong side of the party. We stand for the America they hate so much. Ultimately, we are innocent of the charges levied against us and await here in this D.C. Gitmo hell for a trial that will likely find us unanimously not guilty. Our charges are false, the truth manipulated, and we will one day be vindicated. Until that sweet day, I remain here, held hostage without ransom at the behest of the American public that knows nothing of my plight. Upon release, I will find myself in the ladders of my old life. In the tatters of my own life, and shell-shocked by my imprisonment. I'm going to say that again because it was so. Upon release, I will find myself in the tatters of my own life and shell-shocked by my imprisonment. My home, my business, my vehicle are all gone, and I have little to return home to. I, however, keep my spirits high and will embrace the challenges of the future to rebuild my life once again. Currently, I remain represented by a public defender that is overwhelmed by the caseload and is not aligned with me politically, which causes great stresses and interpersonal difficulties. As such, I still seek a strong defense attorney that believes in my innocence and has the resolve to take my case to a trial that is rapidly approaching in late April. God bless you all, and God bless America. Sincerely, political prisoner 376520, Jessica Watkins. You can help donate there. Give, Send, Go, G29H3. This is the letter that she wrote. And dear Jessica, we will pray for you. And we are constantly updating our audience on the what's happening with you all there behind bars and speaking to the injustices that are happening there. And our hearts go out to you. We thank you for your sacrifice, because I do really believe that you are prisoners of war and that you have been illegally incarcerated and not given your rights as U.S. citizens under the Constitution of the United States of America. So we will fight, continue to fight for you and speak out for you and hold you in highest regard. And on the heels of this, let's listen to what they have to say, our political leaders, about what they found going on there. Here we go. Trying to find that video here. Hold on. An eyewitness report from inside the D.C. jail.
Happening to these people being held in custody is wrong. It's unconstitutional. It's a violation of their rights. And it is an abuse that I call on every single member of Congress to start paying attention to. We need investigations. It's outrageous. The American people are purely upset, disgusted, and cannot believe this is happening in our country. And I think all of us should be appalled. You see, this jail in Washington, D.C. has been known. It's had many reports of being a despicable place as early as 1976. U.S. District Court Judge William Bryant ruled the conditions inside the jail violated the Eighth Amendment's ban on cruel and unusual punishment. In 2015, a report filed showed the jail was plagued by mold, vermin, and water leaks. 2016, the jail had to move 200 inmates because of excessive heat. In November 2021, the Marshal Service found the CDF to be inhospitable, but yet people are still being housed there. But the January 6 defendants are being treated differently on a whole nother level. They have been beaten by the guards. They are called white supremacists. They are denied religious services, haircuts, shaving, the ability to trim their fingernails. There's more outrageous things happening there. They're denied time with their attorneys. They are denied the ability to even see their families and have their families visit there. They're denied bail and being held there without bail. Many of these people have never been charged for a crime before. Some of them are veterans. And the treatment is unbelievable. They are told they have to denounce President Trump. They are told that their views are the views of cult members, even though these are men that every single night at 9 o'clock at night, they put their hand over their heart and sing the national anthem voluntarily. Imagine a group of men being held in jail with no idea of when they're going to go to court, no ability to bail out, no ability to see their family, being mistreated and abused worse than we treat terrorists at Gitmo.
Worse than we treat terrorists at Gitmo. Yeah. By the way, I haven't showed this before, Debbie. This is new. This is today. Remember, they tried to discredit this woman by calling her a QAnoner, right? And because she believes in QAnon, thank God for Marjorie Taylor Greene. And please call. Hey, let's take some action. Can I get some commitment to call our senators and congressmen tonight or tomorrow, and demand the release from the J6 that they're being denied their constitutional rights. Can we do this, folks? So thank you, Bruce. Yes, awesome. Yeah, Cindy, says I did not serve my country for this to be allowed to happen on American soil. Absolutely not. Harry says, I was a prison guard for several years and we treated death row inmates better than that. The pedos usually did a year or two, then came back. Exactly. Yeah, Todd's going to be on here in a little bit. I'm just waiting for them to call in, and he's probably waiting for me to get through some stuff here. Yeah, so this is, and then there's also the link to the report. Excuse me. The Maxwell trial, we've got shocking disclosure of grooming. Katie's transcripts in the Maxwell trial. Liberty Beacon is covering this. Okay, that this woman was groomed as a child, was groomed and interviewed by Maxwell, introduced Epstein by Maxwell, gave massages at the young age of 17 that turned erotic to Jeffrey Epstein. Full transcript acquired by the Rundown Live. Okay, so more of this. We're not going to get into details of this, the disgusting details, because we know the rabbit hole exists there. And the Maxwell accusers are offering a barrage of detail for alleged trafficking scheme. The accounts of two female victims were the highlight of the opening weeks against Maxwell. Offering new details about sex trafficking. The trial of Maxwell, cohort of the late convicted pedophile Jeffrey Epstein. See, this is the. You can tell this isn't mainstream media because they would call him a disgraced financier, right? You know what a disgraced financier is? Is somebody who, lost people some money, or was rude, or but this is epic times, and they're calling a spade and calling him a pedophile, convicted pedophile. The first of two alleged victims testified about her father's sudden death when she was 14. We talked about that one, but she was having ice cream when she was approached by them. As her friends left, Jane continued to talk to Epstein and Maxwell. They explained they were benefactors to the camp and awarded scholarships to children. Again, they're grooming these girls. They're trying to show how they can help them and be a benefit to them and luring them in. This is the hook, right? So this is. And she had her first sexual encounter with Epstein at age 14. Okay, and so there's more and more evidence coming out on how they're doing it with orgies, how the abuse continued through age 16. She never told her mother about it, but it just brings to light how they're doing it, how they're getting it across. And how they're continuing it with multiple girls, or were continuing it, right? She also did get $3.25 million from the Epstein Victims Compensation Program, which I'm glad to see that there is getting some people, some at least justice for these young gals. Of any kind helps, right? So this was interesting. So shifting gears. So keep an eye on Maxwell and keep an eye on the people that they're going to expose, because we know Maxwell and we know Epstein are already corrupted and pedophiles, and we have much evidence to that effect. So now it's about keeping our eyes on the ball of who is implicated. Who went to the island? A lot of famous people went to that island. Keep an eye out for that. Biden White House begs establishment media for positive economic coverage. You've got to be kidding me. How are we going to write that kind of fiction, right? How pathetic. How about creating positive economic happenings so that they can absolutely talk well about it, okay? China takes victory lap after Biden folds to them like a cheap suit. The White House announced a diplomatic boycott today on the Winter Olympics and the Paralympics being held in China in 2022. They will not send any diplomatic or official representation to the Beijing Winter Olympics in 2022 and Paralympic Games, given the PRC's ongoing genocide and crimes against humanity in Xinjiang and other human rights abuses. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki declared, "The athletes on Team USA have our full support. We will be behind them 100% as we cheer them on from home. We will not be contributing to the fanfare of the games."
The Biden administration will not send any diplomatic or official representation to the Beijing 2022 Winter Olympics and Paralympic Games, given the PRC's ongoing genocide and crimes against humanity in Xinjiang and other human rights abuses. The athletes on Team USA have our full support. We will be behind them 100% as we cheer them on from home. We will not be contributing to the fanfare of the games. U.S. diplomatic or official representation would treat these games as business as usual in the face of the PRC's egregious human rights abuses and atrocities in Xinjiang, and we simply can't do that. As the president has told President Xi, standing up for human rights is in the DNA of Americans. We have a fundamental commitment to promoting human rights, and we feel strongly in our position, and we will continue to take actions to advance.
So they're not pulling the athletes, and she was asked this question.
And then on China, did the White House consider going a step further and barring U.S. athletes from participating in the Games?
I'm not going to get into additional considerations. All I can convey to you is where we landed and the decision that was made and why.
And why did you make that particular decision? Why not bar U.S. Why not go further and bar U.S. athletes from the Games?
Because not sending a U.S. delegation sends a clear message that we cannot conduct ourselves with business as usual, that we are not in a state where business as usual is appropriate at a time where there are human rights abuses that we have been outspoken about, that we have taken actions on, and we feel this sends a clear message. At the same time, we believe U.S. athletes, people who have been training, giving up a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, preparing for these Olympics, should be able to go and compete, and we look forward to cheering for them from home.
So they've got the back of all the athletes from, across the ocean. So they're not going to send any support to our athletes, basically, right? Which is kind of pathetic. So they're really taking a harsh stand, but they're sending the athletes anyway. Yeah, and so, how does this affect China negatively? It doesn't. It doesn't, by any stretch of the imagination. Unbelievable. By the way, we basically stopped her, Comrade Down, Saul Omarova withdraws nomination for control of the currency. Yeah, maybe we should keep, a Chinese Marxist out of our financial system, right? And that was almost like too on the nose of how we're going to do, how we're allowing these different people and these different mentalities into our capitalist system. Elon Musk asked for the Senate not to pass the Build Back Better Act. Tesla doesn't need the 7,500. He credit for each electric vehicle. He knows how bad this is going to be for the country, and he's saying don't do it, don't do it. And we. Requiring women to register for the draft was stripped from the defense bill. Again, I don't think, if women want to join, great. I don't think we should force them to join. And so that needs to change. Tom Davis to resign as business manager of IATSE. IATSE is something I'm very familiar with because they work in Hollywood film industry. All your technical workers are part of IATSE Local 80. He will be stepping down at the end of the year. That's a pretty big deal because he's been there since 1998 and has, He also chairs the California Film Commission, is active in representing IATSE in Sacramento. He would have been up for re-election for another 3-year term in March. Is this just another one that we've been looking for, or is it just, he was going to do it anyway and has nothing to do with the crimes against humanity that many of these people we think are facing, that are stepping down? American Airlines CEO Doug Parker to step down. 20-year airline CEO will hand off leadership to Robert Isom in March 2022. So that's another one. Update your graphics, my friends. Okay. China's Belt and Road Initiative, I've talked to you about quite a bit. They're taking a big hit. President Trump stopped this Belt and Road Initiative, and that's why they had to take him out with the CV-19. And they have huge debt here, and they're basically, they don't have it finished, and they're not going to finish it most likely because they're hurting right now. So 42 of the poorest countries already owe China 10% or more of their GDP. The 8 most indebted countries, Laos, Angola, Kyrgyzstan, Djibouti, Suriname, the Maldives, Congo, and Equatorial Guinea, owe 30% or more of their GDP to China. Why? Because they've given them loans, and then they are able to take as collateral for that loan a percentage of their GDP. This really puts the politicians who can't watch their spending in a really bad position, because the politicians are enslaving their constituents even more because they're not able to watch their spending. Okay. Yeah. So the in many countries. Okay. So here's for example, Montenegro is new home to the road to nowhere. A highway was only half built because the Chinese will not move on to the next phase of construction until the first part is paid for. As a result, Chinese lending, Montenegro's public debt now exceeds 100% of GDP. Okay? They basically borrow their way into a debt that they can't climb out of. And it destroys the nation and destroys the people of that nation. The CCP cut off funding for a high-profile railroad in Kazakh capital of Nur-Sultan. Kazakh officials said that they would now have to borrow from domestic banks to come up with the $1.9 billion to finish construction. In many countries, BRI mismanagement, corruption, and lack of benefits for locals have led to widespread distrust and even hatred of the Chinese. In the Solomon Islands, citizens stormed the presidential palace and torched buildings in Hanaya's Chinatown. In Malaysia, anger over corruption and BRI projects led to the ouster and this BRI is Belt and Road Initiative, which I mentioned early on, led to the ouster of the prime minister. Irate Burmese burned down Chinese factories in Burma, also known as Myanmar. Sri Lankans protested when their government had to surrender the country's airport and largest seaport to China because of an inability to repay BRI loans. Folks, what do you think it's going to be like when we stop doing business completely with China? Okay. We're coming up on a very important Christmas holiday, and if you're looking for gifts for the holiday, I would like to invite you to the IndoctriNATION.com, go into the marketplace, and every single one of these is an American company. Patriot Silver, you can click on that. You can fill out your information, watch the interview with CEO Jason Arfman that I did. You can join the Patriot Silver team. We still have spots available, and really good spots that we can plug you in and really help you build your business. We've given out over 70 checks to Snedheads of a minimum of $250 a week, and so we're looking to do more of that. And so if that's the kind of thing that you think could help you out, please get involved, or at least talk to Nancy about it. Purium, I'm getting a shake of this a day. I'm getting the glyphosate out of my system. Please check these products. Shop by collection. You can go Transformation. You can go Ultimate Lifestyle Transformation, which is what I do. A 30-day supply of superfoods. And folks, one of my upline actually started buying Purium to save money from food because of the meals that she was able to skip with these fantastic shakes. All organic, all plant-based proteins. Okay, lambs. If you want to protect your baby maker for your children or your daughter, or your son or your grandchildren, you can wear this. They keep the EMFs away from your goods. You got beanies to protect your hat. It's the fashionable version of the fashionable version of the tinfoil hat, my friends. And I just want to show you one more real quick here, and that is the Healy, folks. That special's over, but we have a new special. You'll find more about that Saturday morning with Amy, but basically, great specials is over, and now the new special is if you share this and people buy one, you get a free coil, which is the Tesla coil that goes onto the Healy, and it's fantastic in terms of how it can actually wrap your body in a fantastic frequency as opposed to the negative frequencies that we're experiencing so much of. One more. Saint Solutions. Jasmine and Jim create this colloidal silver. It's great for putting in your ears, your nose, your eyes, your mouth. When you travel, we do it. Keeping healthy, get rid of bad bacteria. You can spray it and get it. It's just fantastic. And they're also creating a gold product as well. So again, reach out and talk to these Snedheads. These are beautiful, beautiful people and dear friends of mine that are doing incredible business right now. So more on that. Todd, Cindy would love to connect with you. You do know that this was down. This happened. The Amazon problem was down. So a lot of their trucks were stuck, and Venmo was affected. Twitter, Facebook. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. It was Amazon. Let me see. Hold on. And I'm trying to figure out what else was down. We'll find out from Todd and Cindy here. Hello. Hold on. Hello. Can you hear me? Hi, Cindy.
There.
How are you?
Happy Tuesday to you and all the Sneds.
Happy Tuesday to you. And I will, Snedheads, please let us know if there's any feedback and how that sounds to everybody. How are you guys doing? How was your day today?
Doing great. Busy. Todd was just blowing my mind.
My God, it's awesome.
We got some mind-blowing stuff going on?
My jaw is still on the floor.
It's awesome.
Awesome. I can't wait, man. I can't wait.
I was just like, oh, holy cow.
All right. I think the Sneds are geared up for that.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Tesla's bringing it tonight.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Definitely gonna hear that.
Somebody's got to.
The bad thing is, Dave, that I went through about a 68 drop. It wasn't nothing burger. It was just all the same repeat stuff.
Uh-huh.
I went through every Pompeo. I mean, all these other things, and just digging them, just tearing them apart, and it basically came to the same stuff we've been getting to. But wow, did I hit a home run on this?
Yeah, just minutes ago, actually.
Awesome, man. Way
I
to
was
keep.
just looking for better, quicker stuff, because I don't want to be on forever. There's no
Yeah.
reason for me to be. I'm just going to do
Cool.
my little 20-minute pop and go, but this is good stuff.
Awesome,
Wow.
man. Hey, so you want to? Do we need a quick update from anybody, Cindy, or do we want to? Do we have anything?
Everything's good. Baby Grace got home today.
Awesome. Thank God. Thank
Yeah.
God. Awesome.
Yep. Yep.
Very
And baby Molly's doing good. So thank you all for your prayers.
awesome. Awesome. How's Diana? Is any news on her?
No news.
Okay. Awesome. Well, thank you. Thank you for that update. That is great news right there. Not even going into that.
Yep.
So thank you for that. All right, Todd, you want to jump into it?
Oh yeah.
She's more excited than I am.
I am excited.
I knew I shouldn't let it get out of the bag.
This got me all perked up. I was like, what? Like Scooby Deers. Huh?
And
Are
Dave,
you shitting me? Is what I said.
all I did was do what Q said.
That's all you did.
All right, cool. Learn their comms.
Follow Huma.
Follow Huma.
Bring it, Tesla.
Okay, so let's do. Should I go into Twitter?
Yeah, I think you need to, Dave.
All right. I was still thinking about that one from yesterday, man. I thought that was just amazing. Both the one that I did with Huma and the one you did with Dan. Holy cow, man! That was just so.
Oh my God.
That was so awesome. All right, let me go. Let me get the Sneds on the same page here with me. Huma Abedin is who we're talking about, my friends. This is who Q has said, follow Huma. And just said it to us last night. The tweet from Huma yesterday took us into the drops, and the last one said, follow Huma. All right, Todd, take it away.
All right, so go to the one that she posted 11/27.
Okay, that would have been the only one today. It looks like 12 hours ago. 8:27 is my time, but it's 11:27 East Coast time. And I got to sit down with Jake Tapper. Jake
Isn't
Tapper.
that great?
Wow, man. Talk about some journalism there. Holy cow.
Isn't that great? Well, we'll find out just how good it is. Dave.
Okay. On the lead CNN to talk both in memoir and the 2016 election, Comey, my marriage, my family, and upbringing, we covered it all. Yeah. I'm sure that Jake Tapper had some really difficult questions for her.
Well, first of all, he has a lot of pronunciation problems. You'll find out in this video.
Should we watch the video before we go into the drops?
Let's watch the video first, and
Okay.
I want you to listen with a very discerning ear on this about what's going on, because I've got some heavy feelings about what this is pointing to.
Okay. All right. Here we go. Let me go down a little bit here.
And also, Dave, if you'll notice, just before you start that,
yeah,
I noticed that she had a whopping 33 likes.
Well, that's what you get when you have 80,000 followers, Todd. Yeah.
33 likes. Oh, now it's 34.
Hold on.
Did you like it?
No, I didn't. I didn't do it that time. I promise. I Scout's honor. I promise I didn't do it.
Still at 33.
Scavino. Stop it.
You guys.
Scavino liked it.
Scavino's out there liking it.
Numbers. That's been 33 for a long time.
It has.
Okay.
Oh, now you're like 35. Oh.
Well, here's what I'm going to do. Check this out.
Stop it.
Hold on. I'm taking 35 divided by 80,000. I want to see what kind of percentages she's getting. Hold on.
Oh, that's got to be high, Dave.
35 divided by 80,000. 0000044.
Oh,
44.
her favorite president.
Oh man, and 44. But yeah. So yeah, let's watch. Hold on.
Yep.
There we go.
Listen to this.
Oh, fantastic. So now my system audio isn't working again. That's always fun.
Isn't that great?
All right, hold on.
Dave, I was thinking, I got booted last night, and I was letting go on one George Scumbag Soros.
Yes.
And I don't think they like that.
Yep, that's right. You got booted, and then we lost the show on YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we couldn't even get in. The computer locked up. We had to completely shut it down, and then reboot, and it was slow as hell.
Wow.
Last night?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to see if...
man, we've got to have this. This is amazing.
I'm going to see... Harry just mentioned doing it on... this was 1 month ago. Jake Tapper today. Yeah, no, it's not coming up on Tapper. So let me go. I'll make it work. Here we go.
2016 election, former FBI Director James Comey revealing that emails between Hillary Clinton and her longtime aide,
Say that again.
He said James Comey.
Okay.
Like he wanted to say Colby.
Wow, okay.
In our politics lead, Friday, October 28th, 2016, the letter to Congress that rocked the 2016 election. Former FBI Director James Comey revealing that emails between Hillary Clinton and her longtime aide, Homa Abedin, were found on a laptop that belonged to Abedin's then husband, Anthony Weiner. That discovery in an investigation into Weiner sexting with a minor reopened the FBI's Hillary Clinton email investigation. And that saga may have furthered planted seeds of doubt in voters already on the fence about trusting Clinton. Who knows the effect? Either way, 11 days later, Donald J. Trump won the election. Fast forward 5 years, Homa Abedin, the woman who hit send when it came to those emails, writes now, quote, "I have slowly come to accept that I am not the sole cause of the 2016 election loss. One man's decision to play God forever changed the course of history. It should not be my burden to carry the rest of my life," unquote. She is out with a brand new book called Both and: A Life in Many Worlds. It is a lovely book. Homa Abedin joins me now. I didn't know you were such a good writer.
Well, thank you, Jake. I'm happy to be on your show, and I'm happy to hear that I really enjoyed the writing process. It was great therapy for me.
Let me start with the elephant in the room about Comey. For a long time, Comey was a daily nightmare for you. And what happened in 2016, you argue, should be Comey's burden to bear, not yours. But do you believe that saga did change the outcome of the 2016 race?
Well, first of all, Jake, thank you for mentioning a chapter in my book. I do have an entire chapter called Elephant in the Room. It is something I lived with for a long time. The trauma, the shock, the challenges of having to deal with that moment and all the years leading up to that moment. But I think that one thing changed the course of the election? No, but do I think it was a factor in her loss? And obviously I do. I think it's now a documented fact that it did. And that was an extremely hard moment and decision for me to have to deal with in the aftermath of the election. I write about it extensively in my book.
The book is, it's not just about that, obviously. It's about your whole life. It's a memoir. And there's a lot of details about your childhood and your parents that I did not know. You wrote extensively about being raised Muslim, spending your early years in Saudi Arabia, where most women, even now, cover their heads and faces in public. You write about it non-judgmentally in the book, just about the experience of the religious police and the like, and the experience of girls and women being harassed, the experience of girls and women having to cover their bodies when they left the home. But one thing I wondered when reading it was, looking at it now, as someone who has traveled the world calling for women's rights, as a strong, independent woman, how do you feel about those religious rules?
Well, for me, you know, when my parents, as you said, I mean, we were an immigrant family coming to this country. My father came from India, my mom from Pakistan. For them, education was a religion. They were Fulbright scholars. They met at the University of Pennsylvania. I was born in Michigan. We moved to Saudi Arabia when I was 2. And the reason, and I do write extensively about this in the book, I opened the book with a letter that I found in my father's files after he passed away, is we moved to Saudi Arabia because my father was diagnosed essentially with a terminal illness when I was 2. And they moved to Saudi Arabia at a time when there were new educational institutions opening, and there was a tremendous opportunity for foreign nationals like my parents, and they went and they taught. They were both academics. And I was raised in my house, my home. My parents were all about expanding our minds. And yes, we did live in a restrictive society. For me, you know, I opened the book about Balad in Saudi Arabia, you know, growing up and sort of shopping in the old city. It was that cultural, social, we were, you know, my practicing Muslim family. For us, you know, I can only talk about my own experience because I only have these really fond, wonderful memories of growing up there. And I was lucky to have parents who said, you know, you can do whatever you want, you can be whatever you want. All we require is that you be educated. And that's why I write extensively about what it was like to grow up and live there. And for me, those are really wonderful memories. And some of our family friends are still there. And I try to go back and visit as often as I can.
You write candidly about the highs and lows in your now estranged relationship with Anthony Weiner, his bouts of betrayal and lies. After his prison release, you wrote about an episode in 2019 when the New York Post was about to publish yet another photograph of him with a woman, not you, and you write, quote, "I had fallen to the lowest point I'd ever experienced. On my way home from work one night, I had contemplated for a brief moment stepping off a subway platform. The very fact that I thought it, even if it was for only a second, terrified me." It's a very candid admission, and I wonder what you would say now to any woman, any person who might be in such a dark place or experience such a dark moment anytime soon.
Well, Jake, for me, the reason I chose to share my full truth, and I did, I mean, I know for much of my adult life, certainly in the last 10 years, when people look at me from the outside, they'll say, what is wrong with her and what is she thinking? And it is why in the book, I write extensively why I did certain things, why I chose to make the decisions that I made. When Anthony's first, you know, story broke, I was carrying his child. I was not even 12 weeks pregnant. And by the time I got to 2019, sort of on the other side of the election, the outcome of the election obviously was devastating. Not having, you know, I came from a club that is called Hillary Land. It's a very supportive environment. Working for Hillary Clinton and all of my friends and colleagues, we kind of all disbanded, and I had gone to a very, very dark place. I had not understood the mental health challenges that Anthony, the addiction that, you know, really he was struggling with. We were kind of in a bunker together for years. And that day on the subway, I mean, I wrote about that episode because for somebody who is a strong believer in her faith, I'm a practicing Muslim, the idea that I even thought it reminded me or told me it was a wake-up call, like I needed help. And I got help. I needed help. I got help. I was on the other side. I am on the other side now. And I'm glad for that. And I think, you know, women or people, I actually don't think what I went through is all that uncommon, unfortunately. I think I just had to go through it on the front page of the newspaper. And if some part of my story can help women or other people out in the world, then that is a service I'm, you know, honored to have.
Well, we're glad that you made the decision you did, and it's an important reminder for anybody out there that has a dark moment. Things do get better. They do improve. Homa Abedin, thank you so much. The new book, again, is beautifully written. It's called Both and: A Life in Many Worlds. And on the subject of Homa's discussion of darker days, we should note for anyone out there who might be dealing with similar issues, there is help. There is love for you out there. We want to flag the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. That number is 1-800-273-TALK. Homa, thank you so much.
Wow. Interesting how. Hold on.
There were a lot of comms in there, Dave.
Yes, I caught. By the way, I definitely caught Tapper saying Comey buried rather than bear the burden. Buried the burden.
It's a burden he had to bury.
He had to bury, not bear, bury.
Or carry.
Yeah, exactly.
There were a lot, but really, I think the biggest message and the easiest one to me, was the last one, Dave, with the suicide.
Suicide prevention, suicide weekend.
What could that be foreshadowing?
Suicide weekend, man. Yeah.
Yep.
That's amazing.
And if you want confirmation, Dave, maybe I can provide that.
No, that's enough, Todd. Just, I mean,
I'll just stop.
Yeah, the interview's enough. I think that's great. I appreciate you wanting to go above and beyond, but we're running late a little bit, and yeah.
Yeah, I am kind of tired. You guys probably don't want to hear it, so.
All right, let's make them beg for it, Todd. Let's make them beg for it, huh?
How about Hillary Land?
Yes, I picked up on that one, dude. Oh my God!
Did
Hillary Land.
your antennas go wow, wow, wow? And then did you hear her saying, "Oh my," where it was great going back to Saudi Arabia, where I had to be covered up in my Muslim faith, and I had to, probably, take whatever the adults were dishing out at the time. And why would a terminal illness drive you back to Saudi Arabia for, it just, that doesn't make sense to me.
No. So yeah, let's check out, you want to go to 1127 here?
Oh, sure. Yeah, let's go down the easy route.
Okay. All right. Here you go. 1127. April 11th, 2018. Why don't you take it away?
And that's 11-2 in inverted.
Mm-hmm.
And it was posted
you mean 9/11? Or
well,
11/2, her book release.
11/27. It was April, January, February, March, April. That was 5/11. There was another 11/2 that I was looking at.
Right.
Now it says this is April 11th, 2018. It said FBI burning the midnight oil. HTTPS mobile Twitter Sarah Carter DC status blah blah blah. What was just released to Nunez? Nunez was in the news, moving to Trump's platform.
Yep, just yesterday.
Then it talks about has the New York Times politics Ezra Cohen Watnick. Keep that in mind.
Yep,
Justice
just talking
Department,
about him
National
yesterday.
Security, warning, Telegraph, and Telegraph. So they're saying like they're telegraphing something.
Yeah.
And then it lists real Donald Trump's status. It's happening.
Yep.
And then a clean house, H in kill brackets, is very important. H in kill brackets. I'm thinking Hillary.
Huma or Hillary.
Then our comms must be this way. Refer back to the Y. National security laws. Trust the plan. April showers. All right. So I went in a few directions here. Obviously, the timestamp differentials, come into play.
Mm-hmm.
And if you'll look, Dave, you'll see where it was first posted on April 11th at 7:07. Let's just go check out 7:07. Hey, don't bounce around now.
Okay. All right, go to 7:07.
Right. The very first post was at 7:07. The very first time.
Right here. Yep.
See, and then it was posted at 7:11, and then it was posted at 7:13.
Yep.
So 7:07, which is a mirrored number.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go see what 707 says, Dave.
Okay.
And I'm crazy like this.
707. E the friendly. Ezra Cohen Watnick. Wow.
I thought maybe you would get that.
Wow.
Kind of in your face.
Very much in your face. For the Sneds that are new, we followed Ezra Cohen Watnick because Todd had started following and on Twitter and had some great comms on Ezra. And we thought maybe it was Melania. Then we didn't know who it was. And then it turned out to be Ezra Cohen Watnick. And here mentioned in the drop that we were led to, and now here in this one.
The Twitter handle was actually at that time was E the friend.
Yeah.
And underneath that it said here to help.
Yep.
And they, we knew by how in depth the material was that they were sharing. We knew that they had to be connected deeply somewhere. But we were still abiding by the no outside comms at that time.
Yeah.
But we were able to look at the content and discern for ourselves that it was very strong. I mean, in fact, like the artwork and the videos that were shared.
Yep.
They were not done. They weren't cartoonish. They were very, very well done, well produced, basically short clips.
Yep. And yeah, there were high production value, and also seemingly to be connected to the Cicada, which was a program that was released online. It was a puzzle, and autists were able to decipher it. And we feel like it was a marketing tool to grab the best and the brightest off the internet that were able to decipher this puzzle. And that was called Cicada a couple years before Q arrived on the scene.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, good stuff, man. E
So,
will help you. Yeah, no.
So normally, Dave, what we do if we get the 707, we drop the 0 and we go to 77.
Yeah.
And I've got 1 million pulled up right now. So
follow Huma. Repost lost. Follow Huma.
Oh, is that what it said?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yep. There you
that
go.
was November 5th. Oh, that was 11/5.
11/5.
Follow Huma. Huh.
Yeah.
I don't know if these.
Nice.
I don't think these comms are working at all, Dave. We probably should.
No, they're a dead end. Maybe a cul-de-sac, but definitely a dead end. At least you can turn around.
Since the timestamps were working so good on that, I went ahead and went to the 42 seconds that were involved on that.
The 42 seconds. What was that on the timestamp differential?
That was on the original timestamp that we were going on the. See where it says 7:07:42.
Yes. Right.
So since the 7:07 hit, I was like, "Geez, I wonder if the 42 is going to hit."
42. We serve at the pleasure of the president, DJT. On November
You mean it's
2nd.
not Joe Biden, or was it? Are they talking in this time, or are they talking in?
Yeah,
I don't
exactly.
know.
I think it's this time. By the way, you got 6/11 here, 42, and then November. Inverted is 9/11. Then you have 9. Then you have 11, and then you have 9/11 in the timestamp 25429. It's and then 9, and then 2 and 4 is 6 plus 5 is 9/11. And then we were also seeing 9/11 up in here on some of these timestamps here, and like the 11:27. That's 9/11, and then you have on the timestamp here, you have 9 And then 7 plus 4 is 11, 9, 11 inverted. So, just keeping an eye out for those numbers is always good. And where did you go from here?
Well, I got a little bit greedy, Dave. I was like, oh my gosh, I got to see what this, what all this is. But there was there were a couple other numbers that were significant. In the blue, there was 100, which is 10 also, which is 1. So we can look at those if you want. But I was really excited by the hits that I got at this point.
Yeah, yeah.
So I went back to the duration of the video.
Okay.
You might just want to do that. Just check that out and see if anything hits.
In our politics lead Friday.
Okay, it looks like 725. Is that what you got?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're on it.
Awesome. 725. What led us to 44? I lost that already. Where we were just talking about 44.
No, I don't have anything with 44 on my page. 42.
Yeah.
42.
Remember, I just did something with 44, and we talked about how 44. It's her favorite president, and also 44.
Oh, that was where you found out the percentage of people that like.
Oh yeah.
Look at 725 and where she was just being interviewed.
Oh my goodness, CNN. Holy cow! When you have concentration camps, Commie News Network, Kim Jong-un's sister is stealing the show at the Winter Olympics, and look at that in the news today.
What else is in the news, Dave? Is there any talk about the Winter Olympics in China?
Wow, exactly.
And is that a Chinese symbol up there?
No, that's Russia.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So, but we got North Korea and we got the Asia connection coming up here.
Yeah. North Korea is winning the Olympics, and it's not because of sports.
Now look at that.
Go ahead and read that.
Right.
Yeah, go ahead and read that, brother. That's good.
Hilarious and yet disturbing in no small measure that the media's hatred of Pence and the DJT. Where did we just see that?
Yeah. We serve at the pleasure of the president, DJT.
Do you see that very often?
No.
Not very often. Okay. No. And the DJT administration has compelled the corrupt media to side with slavery, death camps, human trafficking, narcotics, illegal arms trading, etc. Yeah, very interesting.
Mm-hmm. Michael Moore, I just loved the whole F Trump opening to the Olympics last night. From all the Koreans coming in together under one blue flag of peace, to Pence and Mother forced to sit in front of Kim's sister, to the popular Korean singers joining together to sing John Lennon's Imagine. Boom. Yeah.
Yeah, he's been right on everything, hasn't he?
Oh, my gosh. And talk about socialist, communist scum.
Now, NBC has a big stake in the Olympics, and you can see where NBC has a tweet right there where it says, "This is so satisfying to watch."
Yeah.
Isn't it great?
All those commies. Mesmerizing spectacle of North Korea's army of beauties at the Winter Olympics. The North Koreans' cheer squad's presence was impossible for even the skaters to ignore. Despite Mike Pence's sabotage, North Korea's charm offensive appears to be working. Wow, they really love North Korea. That's think progress. How about don't think at all progress? North Korea's cheerleaders are the most mesmerizing part of the Winter Olympics. It's amazing what you can do with slaves.
In Winter Olympics.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, that was in the news. So news unlocked the map, and the numbers unlock the map. The timestamps unlock the map. Wow. And CNN,
So now
Jake Tapper, right?
CNN, Jake Tapper.
And then go ahead and if you wouldn't mind reading the rest of that.
All right. It says North Korea is a CIA black site. Operation Mockingbird is CIA media control. Who in the media right now is glorifying North Korea to spite the Trump admin? Time to take the offensive. Let's start taking names of all journalists that propagate North Korea. Let's not let them hide their banners anymore. Let's play Hunt the Spook.
Which means
Ask
spy,
yourself,
CIA spy.
And that goes right back to where he said James Colby.
Comey. Yeah.
Because James Colby,
yes,
was the CIA director that exposed the family jewels in front of Congress.
Yeah.
It says, ask yourself, why is North Korea participating in the O Games this year? Ask yourself, why is the sister with Pence? Ask yourself, if controlled, how might you protect yourself and look for a way out? Ask yourself, what is a distraction? Ask yourself, why did North Korea come together as a country versus North and South? Ask yourself what occurred in Asia, reference pics, just prior to the Olympic Games. Ask yourself, what does freed mean? Ask yourself, do we want war? Ask yourself, who is trying to start a war? Ask yourself, if a missile was launched by rogue actors, what would be the purpose? Ask yourself, what should immediately start a war? Ask yourself, would the public understand the following statement? Rogue actors clown U.S. former heads of state initiated a missile launch in order to force the U.S. into a war conflict against X. Be the autist we know you are. Those who cannot understand that we cannot simply start arresting without first ensuring the safety and well-being of the population, shifting the narrative, removing those in D.C. through resignation to ensure success, defeating ISIS, MS-13, to prevent fail-safes, freezing assets, which is discussed today, to remove network abilities, which is the SWIFT system, kill off chain of command, prevent top-down comms, organization, etc., should not be participating in discussions. Dude, all of this talks about now.
Nailed it.
And you would have never found this in any other way.
No.
And you would have never had it wrap up like a nice little bow.
With CNN and North Korea and the Mockingbird media and Colby and clowns, U.S. former heads of state.
And Dave, look at 725 also. You'll see that the number 33 is very prominent. You'll see it in the timestamp, the blue, and the blue.
And, yep, absolutely.
So you got to go to 33.
Go to the next. 33 is 33rd degrees of Freemasonry. Very Kabbalist. I'm sorry, Cabal. Go ahead.
All right, so it says this is November 1st, 2017. I'm hoping my time spent here was not wasted. Note few, if any, shills inside this thread. Reason for that. It's being monitored, recorded, and analyzed, and don't want the clutter. Take good care. God bless.
Yeah. Awesome.
I mean, and I went a little bit further. Well, I went a lot further on a lot of this stuff. But let's try this, Dave. Try 97 95, 75, and 83.
Was that the timestamps from?
That's the blue
previous?
in combinations of 2 along with the 33. So 95, 97, 75, and 83.
Oh, I see. Right here. Yep.
Yep.
83, 75,
All groups of
97,
2.
95. Yep. Okay. 97, November 5th.
That's that's November November 5th.
5/11,
Game theory.
11/5.
Define. Why is this relevant? Moves and counter moves. Who is the enemy? False flags. Shooter identification. Shooter history. Shooter background. Shooter family. Wow. We had a shooter, that we just had up in Michigan, where they're looking for the shooter family.
Yeah.
MS-13. Define hostage.
They found them, by the way.
Uh-huh.
And arrested the person that was harboring them.
Define leverage. MS-13. Shooter, family, hostage, force, narrative, race, background. Why is this relevant? Flynn. What is Flynn's background? What was his rank? Was he involved in intel ops? What access or special privilege? Why is this relevant? Setup. Who wins? Who becomes exposed? Who knows where the bodies are buried? Who has access? What is military intelligence? Who was part of military intelligence during BO term? Who was fired during BO term? Military intelligence? Why is this relevant? Reread complete, crumb graphic, confirm good. Paint the picture. Disinformation exists and is necessary. 10 days, Darnkest, war, good versus evil. Roadmap of big picture is here. Review post happenings, clarified. Crumbs not only for posts online. The silent ones, others monitoring friends and enemies. Instructions, Snow White, Godfather 3.
Wow.
So you guys, when you were talking about his Flynn, Flynn to me was always a good guy because he was the one who gave the digital soldier speech. And if anything has come true, it's the digital soldiers.
Yeah. Absolutely.
We're there right now. And he was the one that predicted this would happen.
Yeah.
He said we would have an army of digital soldiers. And it was very specific that control of information was going to be the next war. So when they say specifically disinformation is necessary, distractions are necessary.
Yeah.
What do you think they mean by that? I believe them. So when he and Lynn Wood are going at it, and they don't like each other. They don't believe in Q.
They don't believe in Q. They told us they did. Now they're lying to us.
Oh man, they should have come out and said, "Oh yeah, we believe we're a part of it."
Right.
Yeah. What'd you expect?
Yeah, that would have been a death knell.
Well, I think it's the way they play it, but this has all been set up. Special intel ops. It's good enough for me. But I up in the drop it says intel ops and special privilege. What the access that Flynn had to information where the positions he was in.
Yes.
Under both Barack Obama and Trump. Holy shit! You would not.
Right.
You can't
if he didn't know about it, nobody did.
No, he acts dumb all the time, doesn't he? Like, oh yeah, I don't know anything about that subject.
Yep.
And it's like, we know you know.
Yep.
What's
I'm
up?
gonna go surfing. You know,
So great.
He'll go surfing, and it's like the dude's taking down the deep state, but he's surfing.
The dude is the dude. All while his brother is the general in charge
of the Pacific.
Of the Pacific. Is there a bigger mission on this planet?
And how about Pearl Harbor right now, and all the focus on that, and the 80th anniversary?
Well, and the false flag, and we know, we just read a post that talked about false flags, and D7 was one of the biggest false flags in the history of the world.
Yep, absolutely.
They knew they were coming.
Yeah.
You can't tell me we have the whole fleet sitting there and we don't have anything up to protect it when
you had that threat, had that obvious threat.
And Dave, the Japanese knew that they had them. Okay, if you think even from their perspective, would you ever call that bombing raid off?
No, they basically disabled the entire base, right? So they could have easily landed and taken it over. They could have taken over Hawaii. Hawaii should be a part of Japan right now.
Well, they would have not only that, they could have taken the complete fleet out.
Yeah.
How are we going to go help in Europe? How are we going to get our troops and supplies and everything that we needed to fight that war in Europe?
Mm-hmm.
If they would have banged us right there and just taken us out, there's no way we would have recovered.
Mm-hmm.
Once they take out our Navy, we're done.
Yeah.
But see, they did just enough damage to really piss us off.
Yeah.
And I agree. We celebrate Pearl Harbor today. They're heroes. It was not, I never am saying that, it's any of our troops' fault. It's always the rotten top. But if you think of, and then look at what happened after that. You have all of the, the Bush family involved with the Germans.
Yeah, it's so convoluted, man. It's so deep and dark.
And you have A.G. Farben, and you have all of these different companies that are actually helping Germany do what they were, build their machine. And
IBM, IG Farben, as you mentioned, Brown and Company, Herbert Prescott Bush's bank.
But Dave, that's 80 years. That's not that long ago. 80 years they were dragging people into concentration camps. 80 years ago, we were in a world war. And in 80 years, we've forgotten all of this.
Well, look at the embarrassment that everyone is feeling for our U.S. government throwing Japanese Americans in internment camps. There's very few people I think you're going to find. Certainly, you have people say, well, in hindsight, maybe it wasn't the political correct move, but we didn't have any problems in the streets, and it also kept them safer. But in actuality, you're taking away somebody's freedom, and that's what they did with the Japanese Americans. They put them in internment camps. It's like, I'm sorry, and what are we seeing now, Todd?
Yeah,
right?
We've seen them pop up all around the world.
Yeah, not only are we not seeing the problems of history that we're still repeating with the Holocaust and how that all came to be and how that was all set up, but we're also seeing that the problem with these camps, where not only are we segregating the population, but some of the population we're going to send to camps. So There you go.
Well, I mean, they had to do all the damage they could, but not damages to the point where we couldn't, put our war machine back together and go to Europe.
Right.
That's my point. It's just, if you think about this, really
Sorry.
think, use your brain.
Yeah.
If you've got an opponent down, that's not when you just go, okay, guys, call it off. We're going to go back, we're going to go home now.
Yep.
Exactly. It was just the perfect amount of destruction and death and misery, and all the videos and everything that the American public were subjected to was like 9/11, like weapons of mass destruction. I don't think you really have to be a conspiracy theorist to believe that there's something wrong here.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, guys, I'm seeing so much good stuff, and I know you are too, Dave. It's most of this is positive. 90% of the information that we're getting is positive.
Yep.
We get the false flags. We know that's going to happen. We know that we're going to lose loved ones. I mean, it's so sad. So many Sneds, that we've heard of have had lost loved ones and, had to deal with this, face to face.
Yep. Yeah.
And just like we were saying earlier, I think it was last week we were talking about, the protocols are killing people. It's not COVID.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they know what the protocol is.
Mm-hmm.
It's out there. I mean, hell, Joe Rogan, of all people, is telling people what he did, and he was good in 3 days.
Yep.
But, I'm looking at this Omicron now, and I'm thinking, Dave, that's the cure for COVID.
You mean in terms of a slight reaction to it, but then it gives you the antibodies for all of COVID?
Yep.
It
gives you basically cold-like symptoms, yet you acquire the antibodies and you have natural immunity. It's like, did the Spanish flu epidemic go on forever?
No.
I mean, we had to learn about it. It wasn't like, hey, you got to watch out for the Spanish flu. That happened 100 years ago. When I was born in 1965, it was only, 47 years earlier that was around. Wouldn't you think, oh man, you still got to watch out for that Spanish flu, which wasn't Spanish in any way.
And more people died from bacterial infections.
Absolutely, from wearing the mask.
If they had, by the way, we spray our masks with the silver from Jazz and Jim, and makes a big difference and kills bacteria. Bottom line.
I haven't worn one, so I had to. I went into the game last night. We had a basketball game, and right on the door, it was in my old grade school at Christ the King.
Oh, cool.
And I got to go into my old stomping grounds. Well, of course, they were mask Nazis at the door, but I wore mine on my chin, never above my mouth, never above my nose. Nobody said anything. And I went into the gym and sat with a group of people up there that nobody wore a mask and nobody said a thing. So, yeah.
Nice.
I don't want to get bacterial pneumonia, so I don't participate in the mask.
Right.
Which,
yeah, I had to.
Dr.
do it on the plane.
Wrote a paper about the secondary bacterial pneumonia that was caused by the mask. So don't tell me that the masks, they're just going to protect you and not hurt anything. No, they have a really bad effect on your health.
Maybe the problem with Fauci, Todd, let's just think outside the box here for a moment. Maybe the problem with Fauci isn't that, he gets a percentage of the patents of the diseases and the cures, plus bonuses, plus the fact that he's the highest paid employee in the U.S. government, federal government. Let's just take a step back and say, maybe it has nothing to do with that. The fact that he's been partners with Gates for over 20 years. He went to his home in Washington. The fact that he was corrupt through the whole AIDS pandemic. Let's just set all that aside as if it doesn't matter, right?
But see, Dave, the normal group doesn't know about how AIDS was developed. They think it was from a monkey.
Yep.
And then it was only gay people and IV drug users.
Mm-hmm.
But we all know how they got it. They gave it to them.
Yeah.
Judy Minkovich has been very clear on how that was developed and made.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
why it was cured and how it was cured.
Yeah. Yeah. So I was thinking, let's not take any of that into account. Maybe it's just that Fauci has memory problems. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
That's all it is. He doesn't.
We forgot he wrote that. He wrote a paper that you can't find now, but I found it early in the pandemic that talked about the Spanish flu epidemic and how secondary infections of bacterial pneumonia and all other viruses, not. Because when you're expelling your air from your lungs, you're expelling things that your body's trying to get rid of.
Yep.
It's your exhaust pipe.
And let's not forget that that Dr. Fauci is how do I put this? He's basically the doctor of death. When you consider how he's failed over and over and over again, and he keeps failing upwards, doesn't he?
Oh yeah, because he's working. He's doing exactly what they want him to do, what they're telling him to do.
Yeah.
He's the highest paid government employee.
Yeah.
Huh.
With just a poor memory. Oh, I think he forgot too, Todd, that he also ran a study on hydroxychloroquine and its effectiveness against the SARS virus. Okay.
So much so
I'm telling you, dude.
Movies were even telling you what the cure for that was in the 90s,
the dead zone.
2000s.
The dead zone.
Yeah, the dead zone was.
So listen. I
you're
just
lucky.
thought.
If you're lucky, we'll get hydrochloroquine and you'll be saved.
Yeah. By the way, I don't have his number anymore, but I want to reach out to Anthony Michael Hall, and I think he'd come on the show. And I want to ask him about that and get into that a little bit. And he's a Trump supporter too.
Where would that come from? Where would that information just come from?
Yeah. And but
the script writers just go, "Hey, let's do something crazy and say HCQ can cure coronavirus."
Yeah, so he used to be a neighbor of mine, but I was just thinking about him this morning, and we're talking about him tonight. But Todd, listen, you're so negative. Listen, I think Anthony Fauci just has a poor memory, and I think you're building this, you're knocking this way out of proportion here. Pretending like there's some kind of agenda as a part of this. Yeah.
So, well, just like the gentleman said that was discussing how, Auschwitz didn't fall out from the sky. You're giving into the masks, folks. It's just a mask. It's just your way of doing your part. It couldn't hurt anything, right?
Yeah.
No, it can hurt. It's been proven to hurt people.
Yeah. It's it's their final desperate attempt to cull the population and retain control. And if they're not doing it, then it's the white hats showing us that they're doing it to show us how desperate they are and how they're pulling out all the stops. And they've brought the May 2022 strain all the way up into November 2021, right? Harry Balzac says, anyone know the best way to wear 4 masks at a time without them falling off? Oh, wow.
That's a very interesting name you have there, Harry Balzac.
Yes, yes. Balzac, yes. I think it's a Z. It's yeah, it's not pronounced with an S.
Is that President Trump? Is he trolling us again?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Um, yeah,
Or
speaking
we're gonna have to call him DJT tonight for the
DJT,
program.
yep. Only DJT and that's it. Uh, so, dude, that was pretty awesome right there.
Dude,
Um,
I've got about 70 to 80 other posts that I looked at, and that was the best of the bunch.
awesome, awesome.
I mean,
Well
because I
done.
like that double, triple confirmation. You know that.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, you get a Huma tweet, and you end up on a follow Huma link again, and then you're talking to, she's interviewed by a CNN guy, and then you get to the part where CNN is the communist news network.
Yeah.
Then you get to a part of it where the timestamp leads you to Ezra Cohen, and then you go to the E banner.
Yep.
I mean,
Oh, dude.
am I stretching this?
Oh, dude. So we didn't finish. We didn't go to the two numbers. And if you want, we could just leave it for the Sneds to go to, but at least 95 and 83, I think, are just badass.
What is?
95 and 83. Because we were
Well, what did
finishing there.
Huma say in her interview? How she's tied to Saudi Arabia. She still practices her Muslim faith, which links her to the Muslim Brotherhood, which is the
Parents from Pakistan and India.
Well, and then I did that dive on the connection. You know, her mentor was also tied to Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, and was her mentor. Now, I don't know where she came up with her satanic side, but I'm sure we'll find out here soon.
Yeah, exactly. Go ahead on.
All right, 95, which is 11.5. Okay. What happened in Saudi Arabia will happen here. Asia and EU. Keep digging and keep organizing the info into graphics. Critical. God bless Hillary and Saudi Arabia. Snow White, Godfather 3, cute. I mean, there doesn't have anything to do with her, right?
No, not at all. No.
H in kill brackets. I think it was Hillary. Whom was too easy.
Mm-hmm.
And then 83 was November 5th again. Simplified, Alice and Wonderland, Hillary and Saudi Arabia. References, Hillary Clinton in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll, Saudi Arabia, the Bloody Wonderland.
I mean, that interview had so many comms about, Hillary Land, and Saudi Arabia.
I only got to watch it about 3 times before the show because I was watching you, and I didn't want to lose what you were talking about and then talk about it.
Right.
So I watched it about 3 times, and I got so many comms. But to end up on the suicide prevention hotline, to me,
dude,
I went to Suicide Weekend in the Post, Dave.
Mm-hmm.
I did that in the toolbar. There's only 2 posts that talk about it.
Let's go there.
Yep. And then I'll be done.
Cool.
But I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. I think we got really good comms here.
Yeah.
It's like I said, it's like Q for Dummies, because you don't have to extrapolate the information so far out to be like, oh, well, what they're really saying is, you got direct links.
Yeah. Yeah. And even if it's not like it's okay, it's comms and we know when they're going to do it, or they're telling us when they're going to do it, or that's not why we're looking at comms. We're looking at comms because we're trying to make heads or tails out of it. And we're also trying to keep positive here, because there's a lot of negative stuff going on, and there's a lot of positive stuff coming out of the Q drops that are basically telling us a couple things. One, that they're for real, and that they're ninja-like. They're a whole nother level of creation and thought, and how they communicate with us. Excuse me.
Well, yeah, but Dave, they said on that hit piece from the guy that worked for the Trilateral Commission, basically, Council on Foreign Relations. That guy, he said it was, it was all bunk. I don't know who to believe.
I I don't know who to believe.
Oh, that was on MSNBC too. Oh man, they would never lie.
I don't know who to believe. Oh, that was good. Oh my God. Oh my God.
So this was an interesting timestamp date here, Dave. What happened in 1933?
1933. That was the when we they took the silver back from silver and gold from the population. Yeah.
Well, in Germany, 1933 was around the start of the Holocaust. That was the gentleman that you had on earlier.
Right.
Like he said,
Right.
it didn't drop from the sky and start. They didn't just start building Auschwitz and throw people in it.
Right.
That's when they started telling people that, oh, you got to stay away from this part of the population. You can't sit on this bench. Wear your mask.
Yep.
Basically. Do
Oh,
what
yeah.
you need to do it for society.
Yep. Yep. And I do want to talk about Mr. Poole and the asteroid. Have you checked into that? But I just wanted to remind you about that before you. But let's finish the drops here.
I had no time at all to look at anybody else's stuff. I do like
right.
Mr. Poole. Sometimes he's a little bit out there for me. I wish he was a little more direct, but
yeah. Let me I'll pull that up after we finish your dive here.
Yeah.
All right. So 1933. Okay.
Yeah, I thought 1933 kind of stuck out. And then you have the 1111 in the outside numbers at the timestamp.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't even go into the blue numbers because I'll tell you what, Dave. Look at this. There's 96 and 1431 too, so I didn't even notice that.
Yeah.
This talks about suicide weekend. Hands up. Hands up. 30 in kill brackets. 28. Impossible? Coincidence? We are in control. Big week ahead. Now, I didn't do this in the daytime, so I didn't spend a lot of time digging through each one of those.
Mm-hmm.
Just like I said, I only got to watch the video 3 times, so there's more comms in there. But and I can't tell you that I know the references that they're talking about, other than maybe we should go to 30 and 28 and see if they're just simple moves to 30 and 28.
And you get 30 and 28 here.
And 028 is that when? That's a time? See that 028?
Yeah. 28 seconds.
That or could that be 028 military time, which is what? Like noon, just past noon, or just past midnight?
That
would be just past.
It would be midnight is 24. And so.
Well, they say in military 0800,
Right. So that's 8 a.m. So this is.
So anyway, maybe somebody could give us a little, but I was thinking, when did Pearl Harbor take place? What was the time on that? When was the first bomb? Wasn't it just past noon?
No, it was in the morning.
It was earlier. It was like 10:30 or something. 10, because didn't people go to church that day or something?
Yeah, a lot of them were in church, and they were setting up for church too.
Yeah.
Let me see.
I was just thinking if maybe there was a reference there to tie it to Pearl Harbor. That would be Amazing.
Let me see. Don't know if it has a time. I'm not seeing the time so far.
For some reason, I thought I knew it at one time, but I don't right now off the top of my head. I think I've got Q brain.
Yeah, I have Q brain and tired brain.
Yeah.
But at any rate, let's go to the 30 and the 28 as well.
Yeah, just check out the easy
But it does
list.
say hands up 30, 28, impossible coincidence. We are in control. Big week ahead, which we've seen before. We've seen big week ahead. Okay.
Disinformation is necessary.
Now this is interesting. Yes.
I'm trying to get this plugged in. Sorry.
That's all right.
Of course, my computer that never goes dead is going dead.
Wow. So Ron DeSantis tweets, thanks for responding favorably to the letter I sent with @JimJordan and @Representative Mark Meadows. Look who was in the news today. Let's cut through the recalcitrant bureaucracy, get the truth, and hold people accountable.
Oh, shit. I've been there already, Dave. I was there through Pompeo.
This same one?
Exactly.
Those are the loudest. Suicide weekend, pain. And Pompeo, okay, 1431. And then 700 next week, suicide weekend? Question mark? That would be incredible. 30 was about the device in the White House to cause harm to anyone in the room and would be undetected.
Fantasy.
Fantasy, right? Yeah.
Well, it's funny that Pence's name popped back up when you're talking about people trying to harm POTUS because he's on that list.
Right. And this also talks about Donald Trump Jr. dropping his Social Secret Service detail.
Yep. Which we thought, I've speculated that that he wouldn't do that unless they were already in control and safe.
Right. And by the way, Todd, we've talked about this, but for some of the news sneds, when we're looking at a tweet by Huma Abedin, and it's very casual and it's very, she's interviewing with Jake Tapper and so forth and so on. Don't forget that she had like 75,000 followers on Twitter. And literally she tweeted once on election day, I think once on inauguration day. And then she just started tweeting regarding her book.
And it was like 12 months before that.
Yeah.
That leads to Comey, who's been mentioned today. Go to Comey's Twitter if you don't think, something's crazy about that. Are you telling me that all the stuff that's going on with the FBI, that James Comey wouldn't want to be sitting, putting his 2 cents in,
right.
Mr. Super Patriot?
Yep. Why is this having a problem?
Why is that not lighting up?
I don't know. It's weird.
There he is.
Okay.
Oh,
another
saving
book.
Justice.
January 12th, 2021. Okay. December 6th.
He just
tweeted. He just tweeted. I was like looking at this. I'm like, wait a minute. Dude, he just freaking tweeted.
Look at this.
And this is Trump's interview on December 5th with Levin.
Are you shitting me? I
Dude,
check
this
them
is
every day.
unbelievable. All right, let's listen. Wow.
Oh, can't hear.
Oh, hold on. Okay. Wow.
Holy.
But they've been there for a long time. They've been in the Justice Department. They've been in the FBI. They've been in CIA.
Too quiet.
So you're coming into a hornet's nest. I was going to say before, if I didn't fire Comey.
This is unbelievable, dude. I can't believe Comey tweeted. Okay. Hold on.
Words, deep state. But they've been there for a long time. They've been in the Justice Department. They've been in the FBI. They've been in CIA. So you're coming into a hornet's nest. I was going to say before, if I didn't fire Comey, they were looking to take down the President of the United States. If I didn't fire him, and some people said he made a mistake when he fired Comey. And now those same people said it was the most incredible instinctual moves that they've ever seen. Because I might be here with you, perhaps we'll be talking about something else. But I don't think I could have survived if I didn't fire him, because it was like a hornet's nest. When I fired him, they all went crazy against each other, in the words, deep state. But they've been there for...
Wow, dude. Okay, hold on.
Wow. What's the duration of this video, Dave?
Yeah, hold on. Holy cow. 48 seconds. Okay. Now, and by the way, this is a retweet of ACN. I don't know ACN. Internet Hooligan. Okay. Followed by Vincent Kennedy, Jen Psaki, and 9 others you follow.
171.5 thousand followers.
Wow. Okay. All right. And wow, this is crazy. All right. So this was at 3:38 p.m. and 48 seconds long. So wow.
Oh, man, does that mean I got to get my computer back out?
No, you could just read it off mine. 3:38.
All right, let's just do that.
And 48. 3:38, December 13th, 2017 special. And then 48.
3:38.
Yeah.
Think of that timestamp, Dave. Think of that 38 special.
38 special, yeah. All right.
That's a timestamp coming up too. That's the Delta.
Yep, December 13th, and then we got 85 and then 959 too. But 48, yep. Take a look at 48. Go ahead and read 48.
What is Q clearance? What hint does that explicitly refer to? DOE, Department of Energy? Who would have the goods on uranium-1? Does stating Q refer that that person works in the DOE? No. Does it refer that someone dropping such information has the highest level of security within all departments? Why is this relevant? May 2010, BO, Russia should be viewed as a friendly partner under Section 123 of the Atomic Energy Act of 1954. Mm-hmm. After agreeing to a new nuclear weapons reduction deal and helping U.S. with Iran. Who is the enemy? What is being continually stated by all Ds? Russia is what? What did the Russia reset really provide? Clearance pathway to complete the uranium-1 deal? Why is the Canadian Prime Minister so important? They never thought they were going to lose. The calm before the storm.
I mean, that's a perfect shout out to
well, Dave,
Comey.
Scooch that over so he can see that special.
Yeah,
I want to see that timestamp again.
And also,
because
go ahead.
I thought it said 123 somewhere. I saw 123, and I saw it again in this drop under section 123 of the atomic energy.
Right, right.
Oh wow, that's a good one, Cindy. 338 specials, suicide weekend.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, could be 3 people.
I can't believe Comey tweeted. I check him every day, Dave. I must have just missed one.
Wow.
I check him and I check, check out our other buddy. You know who I'm talking about.
We check, well, hold on. So the last time he did was September 11th. Before then, it was January 20th, right?
Uh-huh.
And January 19th. And then January 18th. And he was doing his book, Truth, Transparency, and Trust. Wow.
Right.
And he was doing a conversation with 92Y. Remember when we did that with Hillary and Huma? And that was pretty significant. Who was interviewing him here? Was this an elfin interview between these two guys?
Yeah.
Look at their ears.
Look at Fauci their ears. Looks like he should be living under a bridge, in my opinion.
Yeah, no kidding. But who's this dude?
I don't know his name. I think he's NBC.
Okay.
Or it could be ABC.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm my mind's blown. I can't believe he tweeted.
I know. So that's literally, this is 3 times he's tweeted this year, and he's got 1.4 million followers. Okay.
How many likes did he get on that day?
He got 1.3 thousand likes.
Yeah, because it's all of us that are Trump guys that are watching it.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, that was September 11th. 8.9 thousand likes today. Yeah, and it's Trump guys that are like, yeah, because all the Trump people follow him.
And all of the Q guys are following Huma because they told us to.
Right.
But we're not liking the stuff. Well, you are, Dave. But
we're finding we're also finding the harvest, right? The corn.
I'm thinking most people that go to Huma to look at her tweets that are in the Q movement are probably not liking it though.
Like it. Okay, yeah. I'm liking it. Yeah, I'm a dick. She reminds me of Bernie. That's why
Yeah, you did vote for Bernie.
Yeah.
Hey, just let's see if our other buddy tweeted.
Okay.
I think you know who I'm talking about.
The white or black hat?
Life's like a box of chocolates.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
That other guy who took a break since May 20th of last year.
Yeah. All right, here he is. I'm that actor in some of the movies you liked and some you didn't. 16.3 million followers.
Wasted.
It's wasted. And it's still May 22nd, 2020 was the last time he did. To all the grads of 2020.
Yeah, that's his pin tweet, I think, isn't it? And then this one was
both 2020.
Yeah.
Yep. And
you
and
talk
then May
about
19th, I hit on a king and a deuce, 21 Hanks.
Yeah. Yep, we went through all those, man. I spent hours and hours and hours and hours on that stuff.
Man.
So yeah, you got 16.5 million followers. You got movies coming out.
Yep.
And you don't tweet.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see if his website, Playtone, is still up. This is his website, by the way. Coming soon. Coming soon, dude. Playtone, You did that movie like what? 2 decades ago almost. And coming soon, the Playtone.com website. He's on Facebook. Let's see his Facebook. He's got 12 million followers on Facebook. The last post he did was May 22nd, 2020. Twitter, we've already seen. Who Say? What the hell is Who Say? Latest in influencer marketing news and insights. Oh, he must be posting over there all the time, Todd. Who Say?
Oh, yeah.
Sounds like Hussein. And then Instagram, he's got probably a boatload of followers there. And by the way, he's running, Todd. Do you think he's running away from something?
No.
Yeah. Wow.
Nope.
He looks really, really creepy here. Really creepy. Wow.
Hands up. Hands up.
That's right. That was just one of the things. Wow.
If both hands were up, it'd be better. But I was just thinking, when somebody points a 38 special at you, you put your hands up.
That's true. Chris says, so weird. A friend's son just got a video picture taken with Hanks. Where?
Yeah, I've seen some of that stuff going around, but regardless of what's going on that way, and I don't know what's going on that way, but how can you explain if he's still around?
Yeah.
How can you explain this?
Yeah. Hey, brother, did you hear about the Christmas tree fire outside of Fox News headquarters engulfed in flames?
Nope.
Yeah, just happened tonight, 32 minutes ago. The Christmas tree at Fox Square in New York City was engulfed in flames just after midnight Wednesday. Firefighters arrived on the scene and put out the blaze. Fox News host Shannon Bream reported on her show Fox News at Night. It doesn't.
Was it at 28 minutes past midnight?
Let's see. It's 32 minutes ago. So yeah. No, wait a minute. No.
No, that'd be 18.
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
It'd be.
Or no, 8.
It'd be
that
8.
would be 12:08.
Yeah, it'd be 8.
Our time.
Good thing.
Oh, but East. Yeah. Okay.
Um.
Yeah, that would have been interesting, huh?
Suspect is in custody. The Fox Nation celebrated the 3rd annual All-American Christmas tree lighting at Fox Square, which is outside Fox News headquarters. The red,
so they
white,
had
and
their
blue.
Christmas tree lighting again, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Somebody took it too literally.
Yeah, 50 feet high, 10,000 glass ornaments, 100,000 lights, and took over 21 hours to assemble.
Wow.
So there was also, though, hold on a sec. Christmas, no, that's not the one I was looking for. Seems to me that there was one at in Chicago too.
Oh, Dave, I was going to mention, I had something written down in that when Huma was talking earlier, she said something like, I'm on the other side now. I'm on the other side. And it seemed like it was like saying that she was telling her story and she's on the other side. So anyway, just a reference point. There was some kind of a mention that she might have changed teams. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Interesting.
So I just wanted to make sure we didn't, but you guys can watch that over and over at your convenience and get the comms and.
Right.
But I thought that was a good dive. I did a lot tonight, a lot today.
Hey, No World Order says, Dave, I work for one of the largest celebrity photo agencies in the world out of Los Angeles, and we get pictures of Hanks from time to time. And I do believe it is still him per his behaviors. No World Order, thanks for that feedback. What would, because here's the thing that, we're we deal in speculation for fun, but this is definitely not fact that Hanks is gone and will never be seen from again. But how do you explain him not tweeting when in all of his contracts he's obligated to share with his audience what he's doing, his movies, so that they give some. I mean, you're missing out on millions of people that could be hearing more about his movies. Doesn't make any sense. Yeah, and his brother looks a lot like him.
Well, they've got body doubles, and
Yeah.
they've got clones, and I mean, I believe that. If they cloned a sheep in 1946, and basically announced that they've got the technology, so.
And they have the mask technology. If you don't buy into the clones, they've got the mask technology. That's easy stuff, man. That's easy.
Well, did you see the robotic technology now, where they got the robot that's so lifelike? I guarantee you, they're not showing you their highest form of that robot.
Yep. Hanks had a picture taken with a wedding group he was walking by on Santa Monica Beach a few months ago. Yeah.
But it still doesn't explain this.
Right. Yeah. Yep, exactly. So Craig's saying mirror 4884.
Yeah. I mirrored everything on my drops. Boy, that takes a long time. And then you have to do the blue numbers in every drop you go to, and that takes a long time. So, but this was like the best one out of the bunch. The rest of them basically took us down the same path.
Okay.
And I did a thing over the weekend that I forgot to share with you, but I went back and I did Pompeo, Huma, Scavino, Grassley, and what I did, Dave, is I just went down their most recent tweets for like the last week, and I tried to hit I found like there were 4 different timestamps that they all hit.
Really? 4 different ones?
Because I kept seeing like 922, I was like, God, 922. I've seen that before,
Yeah.
And when you look at them every day, you go, oh, I know that number. And so then I started going back and I started cross-referencing to see what the common numbers were. And I meant to bring that up. Maybe I'll share that on Thursday if I can get it all together. But
okay.
I think there were 4 times that were hit multiples. So
nice.
But and what are the odds? You just got to think. What are the odds of them just picking that exact same time?
This is exactly. This is a great mirror 84 on the Comey drop, right? On the length of the video with President Trump was 48 seconds. This is 84. November 5th. 5/11. Please add crumbs above in new complete graphic organized in an order. Critical for understanding and review. Spider Web. Hillary in Saudi Arabia. Alice and Wonderland. See above. This is staged and deliberate. Snow White, Godfather 3.
Yep.
Powerful.
I've been there so many times. And the other thing, Dave, that I did today, and the Snedheads can do it, I started seeing, like one of the Pompeo tweets, I believe, was at 11:01. So I took the 0 out, so that made it 1:11. Well, then I went all the way to drop 1. Just for instance, just go to the first drop, go to 01. And so I hit 1:11. I hit 222 on another drop. Now look at this on the first post. See the timestamp of 333 and then the next timestamp of 444?
Yep.
So today I hit 111, 222, 333, and 444. And so I just game theoried it out to 555, 666, 777, 888, 999.
We've done that before.
And I did it again today, and I did also the 11 through 99s that way, and they're all, it's all good. It's just, it just takes so long. I can't. I can't. It's not shareable, but that's,
dude, we haven't done the game theory in quite a long time. Like we used to go exactly what you just said, and it's been a long time since we've done that one.
I do it myself.
Okay.
But because it takes a long time. Like if it's a mirrored number like 727, and then I'll see a 626 somewhere.
Uh-huh.
Then I'll go through the 121, 222, 323, 424. Just keep the 2 in the middle and keep the outside the same.
Mm-hmm.
And I do that quite often, and it hits pretty good. But I have to be led to it now.
Right.
But we did that a long time ago.
Yeah. Yeah. Kim saying major storm hitting, some bloody El Nino effect. This has gone on for 2 weeks. Where's that?
Hey brother, it's almost 1 o'clock here,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna call it.
Yeah.
Call it on my end. I hope you guys enjoyed that.
That was awesome, brother. That was awesome. Thank you.
There were a lot of confirmations. That's what I like, that when I'm trying to, explain Q to people.
Yep.
And try to help. That's not a real hard one to figure out, that we were on the right track.
Mm-hmm.
So I hope you guys got something out of it. And if you want to go deeper, go deeper. Always look in the blue numbers and look for mirrored numbers and timestamp, things that keep recurring, and then look for patterns. So anyway, I'll say goodnight. Hey, I wanted to say I hope all the Schneds that are having problems out there, with relatives, sick or passing, we're praying for you guys. I know Dave will include you in his prayer tonight, but I just wanted to let you guys know. I don't get a chance to, Ada talks about it and Dave talks about it, but I want to let you guys know, I'm thinking about you guys too, and hoping you guys, if you haven't noticed, I try to be real positive, and it's not a forced positive, but it's just to try to, let you guys know that, I think things are going the right direction here, and I know it's difficult, and I know, when your relatives are sick and dying, and your family and your friends, and it's not easy, but try to keep the faith and hang in there.
Yeah. Yeah. I meant to ask you, what about the voting that we did?
I haven't heard yet. I asked last night, and I don't think they know yet.
Okay.
Okay. The boy's mom was at the game, and I didn't get. I asked her about it, and she said they hadn't heard.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hoping that she won, but I don't know what's taking so long. But once we hear something, I'll announce it.
Nice. Okay. Cool. I hope we got enough votes in. Awesome, brother. Love you, man.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, Cindy.
Ada woke up so she can say good night.
Yep, I did. I fell asleep.
Dave, you put her to sleep again.
It's been such a long day. We've had
I tell you,
big weekend and everything, so it's like
awesome. Well, we're gonna thank you guys. I love you. We're gonna be I'm gonna go to 1654 right now because we've been at that number for like the past hour and a half at least. But all right, I'll say good night, guys.
Good night, everybody.
Love you, Snedheads.
Love you. See you.
Good night, Dave. Love you, bro.
Love you too. See ya. So, my friends, this is 1654. We've had that listed on our numbers for quite a while. July 1st, 2018, NSA deleted 685 million call records. Q, did that include HRC, McCabe, Stroke, Page, Rosenstein calls? Drain the NSA. You delete what you no longer need. You save what you need. So this is basically a shout out to you and me that they're not they're not keeping all those call records of ours that of really good people, of God-fearing sovereign citizens. They are, however, going after and holding on to the ones that they need to, to prosecute. All right, my friends. I left a few things over in the show notes, but I'm fried. I'm absolutely fried. And if you'd like to support the Truthcast, please go to the IndoctriNATION and just look up donation or marketplace, and start. You got some great soaps there. Julia Harris's soaps. If you're looking for stocking stuffers, if you're looking for actual actual presents, the gift of gold and silver, my friends. Look at this. You can win one of these in the first 90 days. All you got to do is bring on 54 people and you get $3,000 worth of silver. But you can also get other things like these incredible coins from 7K. Look at the relief on that. Very valuable. This thing is, I won that in a contest, and thanks to you all. And now it's worth $1,000. One coin. Beautiful Roman recreations. So you can support us that way, and we've set it up so that you will be able to make money for yourself as well, if you so choose. And I'm going to leave you with this in memory of all of our fallen soldiers and civilians on that fateful day of December 7th, 1941. And I'll leave you with this, and but we'll say a prayer before that, and then I'll go out on that. Dear Lord, thanks for bringing us all together. Thank you for the truth. Thank you for awakening humanity to the reality of the world around us, and help us to take responsibility for the world with which we've created, and help us to navigate to a better world, and starting with ourselves and making ourselves better. We'd like to thank you for watching over baby Grace and bringing her home safely. Please watch over her and heal. Already healed baby Grace. Already healed baby Ellie. Already healed Diana. So many out there who have lost fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers. God bless you all. May you stay strong. May you stay awake. And may we bring this world to a new and better place together than we ever have before in our lives. And please pray over all those who are having difficulty right now. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Good night, Sneds. I love you. We'll see you Thursday night. I'm off tomorrow night. Okay, Thursday night. All right, here you go.
Yesterday, December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy. The United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan. As Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy, I have directed that all measures be taken for our defense. But always will our whole nation remember the character of the onslaught against us. I ask the Congress declare a state of war between the United States and the Japanese Empire.
And folks, just on a side note, tomorrow night at 6 p.m. will be our 7K call. And it's at 6 p.m. tomorrow night. Come find out what it's all about. Look out for the Zoom link on Facebook, and we'll add it to the show notes as well, so that you can come and check it out, find out what it's all about, check out the Pearl Harbor coins. And we're going to show some video from the weekend that hasn't been seen yet before. And I'm looking forward to sharing that with you tomorrow night. So please come check us out. I love you all. Be well. Have a great night.